Review session, July 8th, 2024. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Mayor Money will be here shortly, so I'm going to run it for a little while here. I just want to inform everybody inform the public about the location of the Open Meetings Act posted in the council chambers, 309 Norfolk, or North 5th Street, Norfolk, Nebraska, and is accessible to members of the public. At this point in time, I'd like to take roll call.
Granquist.
Here.
Arns.
Here.
Webb.
Here.
McCarthy.
Here.
Murin.
Here.
Snorton.
Here.
Clausen.
Here.
Hildebrand.
Here.
All right, with that being said, I'd like to take note that item or discussion for item number 7, recommendation of the Norfolk Madison dispatch budget, is going to move up in front of recommendation of the police budget, which is listed at number 4. So we're going to do 7 above 4. We're going to go through that first, and then we'll follow the rest of the order of the agenda. So I guess right now I'd like to welcome Chief up to the front here and go ahead and get going.
Thank you, Council. Thanks for making that adjustment. Due to the way the police budget and the dispatch budget intertwine so much, it's a lot easier to explain things in that manner instead of separating them out and confusing things a little bit. So the first 4 items are all mine, so you'll get to listen to me talk for a little bit. First one being the dispatch budget. Now, as we look at the dispatch budget, just as a little bit of a review, while the police budget is a general fund budget, the dispatch budget is a special revenue fund, funded in part by general fund from the police, and I'll go into that a little bit. So as we talk about the dispatch budget, I'm going to start talking about it on what's page 2 or page 35 in the attachment, with some of the details of some of the revenues. The way the dispatch budget is funded is different, and that's what I'll cover first. Because it's a special revenue fund, the beginning balance does not get turned back to the general fund, that gets carried forward. The reason that we're utilizing it that way is if we have equipment malfunctions, that's what we would use to fund those unplanned expenses. We do have a dispatch advisory committee that we meet with that provides some guidance for the dispatch and the dispatch budget. And through that committee, we decided we wanted to keep that beginning fund balance a minimum of $350,000. The reason for that is if we have a dispatch council go out, gets broken, fried, whatever the case may be, it's $350,000 to replace it. And if it's not a budget item, we want to make sure that we keep that beginning fund balance at that area. So on page 2, you see the previously was about just under $300,000. Now we're anticipating to be about $427,000, which is a good place to start. The telecommunication occupational tax is a tax on communication systems for 911 systems. That jumped primarily because with the contracts with Madison County, the fees for those counties are now caught up to our budgets. Same thing with the 911 surcharge. That's a fee on 911 lines, the $1 line that you all pay on your landlines. That also went up, again, primarily due to the additional area that we dispatch for. The county regional dispatch funding and the last item, the interoperational fund transfer, I'll talk about those, especially the first one in the police budget. But as part of the dispatch budget, the reason you're seeing a significant increase in that is during one of our recent meetings with the supervisory committee, we proposed that we need to add 2 more dispatchers. When we joined the dispatch centers with Madison, we anticipated what our needs were going to be. We knew that we were likely going to need more dispatchers, but I wanted to get fully staffed, see how that worked, and then evaluate that. We did that, and we still are struggling with as many people as we're dispatching for. There's times that we're down to 2 dispatchers in our dispatch facility at a time, and that's not enough with vacations and lunch breaks and all that type of thing. So we proposed adding 2 dispatchers. As you look at the dispatch budget, that's the only significant change you're going to see is that costs associated with the 2 additional dispatch. As part of our budget, we have a formula that we look at the expenses, and then after we take out the taxes and other income that we receive, Madison County pays 1/3 of that amount, and Norfolk PD pays 2/3 of that amount. So what you're seeing with that county regional dispatch is 1/3 of the cost associated to fund that dispatch center, where Norfolk PD funds the 2/3. That increase, as I said, is primarily due to adding 2 dispatchers. Coming down to the last item, the interoperational fund transfer in, that $1 million, that is the fund that goes from the police budget into the dispatch budget to fund the dispatch center. Again, that increase is due to those 2 dispatchers that we added with all their benefits and stuff associated with that. So as you go into the main budget detail, and now I'll jump up, and I'll give you the highlights that I see. If you guys have questions, please, we can ask whatever we want. Everything through the dispatch budget primarily stayed the same. Account 26 went down just because we purchased an AED last year for our dispatch center. We don't need that this year, so that went down a little bit. And then you follow up to account 48, you'll see some changes. Office 365 went up a little bit because of those extra dispatchers, but there's several items that you're seeing there. The Hootsuite, code messaging, PagerGate, Pulse Point. Those items are primarily the same as they were last year, but they were previously in account 68. The accounting department here at the city recommended we move that to account 48 for better reporting purposes. So that was moved from account 68, not that those dollar amounts went up, it's just that they got moved to a different account. And then insurances, account 61, we saw a percentage increase in insurances. Of course, we can't really control what our insurance costs are. And then if you go to account 68, that's where the new hires, the physicals went up a little bit because we're anticipating hiring more staff. And the Hootsuite code messaging things went away because those were moved to account 48. That's the only changes that we made to the dispatch budget. It's all based around adding those 2 dispatchers. So what do you have for questions on the dispatch budget?
Well, I have a couple. When it comes to county regional dispatch funding and then interfund operational transfer in, obviously those are the 2 biggest funding sources for that budget. Is that based off of like a percentage of calls?
That is
You know,
based,
who's funding the most of the, you know what I mean? 'Cause
yeah, when we joined dispatch centers with Madison County, we went through about a year-long process evaluating calls for service, responses, what everyone's needs are. We took into consideration, because it's in the police station, there's a square footage is what we use for electricity and garbage and those types of expenses. And that's how we came up with the percentages for the contract based on Madison's calls for service and Norfolk's calls for service. There was a whole bunch of things that came into that discussion. Calls for service was part of that.
I mean, like the breakdown of like how many calls are going outside of like city's jurisdiction versus county, regional, you know, how the funding's, you know, is that broken down by like a percentage of calls or just?
It's not broken down every year. We took that into consideration when we wrote the contract. And then when we wrote the contract, it was broken down to expenses minus other incomes. Madison pays 1/3, we pay 2/3.
I see.
That percentage
That's
is built into the agreement that we have with Madison.
Okay,
It doesn't get adjusted every year,
right.
but that was what we did at the time, and then that's the percentages, the breakdown that is in the contract.
Okay. The other one I had was just with the salaries and wages. I've noticed, maybe this is a question for Randy and Sheila too, but has group insurance increased quite a bit as we're moving forward through the budget? Because I've noticed along with payroll, when we're adding staff, if the group insurance is going up at a percentage that might be, is that more than usual than what, you know, per hire? Or is it just because insurance has gone up, what we're putting in, you know,
We had a 3% increase in the group insurance rates. If you see these going up more than 3%, I'm guessing that's because of the hiring of 2 additional dispatchers. And then in some cases, the breakdown between single and family changes. Somebody gets married and goes on family, or vice versa, gets divorced and goes on single. So those are the things that can affect group insurance.
okay.
Chief, how soon do you anticipate hiring those 2 dispatchers that you talked about?
We'll start at advertising as soon as the budget's passed. We just are now doing backgrounds on a couple dispatchers because we had 2 leave. One of them went to another division in the city and one retired to another position in the city. So we are ready to fill those 2. We will start the hiring process as soon as we get the permission to do that if this passes.
So I guess logistically, I have a question, does it have to be approved in September, or is the initial approval today enough to warrant those hirings? How does that work, Andy?
That would ask Andy for the guidance on that.
I think we've done things, I guess, both ways, because we know that hiring dispatchers and police officers in particular is a time-consuming process. So, trying to think historically, it seems like we have done that before,
Well,
but it
What-
just kind of depends.
what I would propose is we currently have permission from the council to go 1 over because of that time frame. So what I would anticipate doing is starting the advertising process for that 1 over, which is already in approval. And then if we end up getting 2 good candidates, then we can have those discussions or move it forward with that. Because we start advertising now, we're gonna be close to budget time anyway, because of the time frame that it takes to go through that process.
Well,
So
essentially,
that would get us the
yeah.
ability to advertise, get interviews done, start backgrounds, and we'll be into our new budget, knowing that if it is or isn't approved, already be several months into our process, and I think that would flow just fine.
Essentially, I think it would change your beginning balance, obviously, if, say, you know, if there's 293,000 beginning balance transfer from last year, this year's beginning balance is, budgeted at 427,000. I suppose if you made those 2 hires, you'd pull from that, essentially, if this budget wasn't approved.
We
You
would
know,
have, we have,
if the $117,000 increase in funds wasn't approved, that would have to probably come out
yes,
of your
you'd have
beginning
the
balance.
ability to pull from that beginning
Yeah.
fund balance, because that's all stays with this budget.
Right. So that'd be the only risk you were, yeah, I would think, right? I don't know.
I think to answer your question, Councilman, that is something we would be able to do, just because of the time it does take to get somebody on board, that we could start that process as well.
My question, I guess, is going back to the joint venture, I guess is what I'd call it, with Madison County and the city in 1/3 and 2/3. Is there a stipulation in there to revisit that on what those costs are and how that breakout is at a certain point in time? Or is this, how set in stone is it? And my concern is, let's say a new police station comes along, or let's say a dispatch center fails and it costs more than we anticipate, and we have the majority of the costs, but we're adding 2 more dispatchers. I have a feeling that it just doesn't seem fair. It just, 1/3, 2/3 just doesn't sound quite right, in my opinion.
We have,
Especially when we have the bill, sorry.
Sorry.
But when we have all of the expenses that are sometimes unknown, personnel, I mean, things that you don't even think of if it comes to lawyers being involved or whatever it might be. Just,
If you look at the call load from Madison to Norfolk, the Madison call load is significantly higher than Madison. So we clearly have more than 2/3 of the call load, but we also have the expenses and the buildings that go along with that. We were very comfortable with that and Madison was comfortable with this when we put it together several years ago. Madison, you know, they're not using 1/3 of our resources, even though they're paying 1/3 of that expense. So,
Maybe I could ask, how, just to get a better understanding, how many dispatchers did we have before, and how many did we add due to bringing on Madison County?
we added 4.
And what did we have before that?
We had 12 and we went to 16.
Okay. And we're looking for 2 more. Well,
2 more. And
4
now-
total, but just to replace the 2 plus 2 additional here, right?
Right. Adding 2 to our budgeted, you know, we're in the process of replacing the ones who have changed jobs. We've been very fortunate. We've had, our stability in the dispatch center has been phenomenal. We haven't had anybody leave in a long time. These are both, you know, one to another division in the city and the other one is in a retirement situation. So we've been very fortunate. We're filling those positions and then this would be for the additional 2. But again, with those 2 that we're adding, Madison's paying 1/3 of each of those positions as part of that. So it's not like the PD is paying for all of it, they're paying for 1/3 of it. So we're getting 2 more dispatchers for the cost of 2/3.
Councilman, I had some of those same concerns and questions that you just had as well. And I think, you know, in my visits with Chief about that, I did have some similar questions to him here a couple months ago. And I think the spirit of the advisory board and the interlocal is that as those things change, they'll continue to look at those calls to make sure that it's still being fair and equitable. And I'm confident that relying on that process will be, I mean, that's the way it's intended. It's why you have the advisory board, is to make sure that those are equitable for all the parties involved.
Yeah, I think calls is the easiest one to decipher. It's everything else that's included when it's all under one roof. It makes it.
Yeah.
a
Calls
little
and
bit more
payroll,
difficult.
because you're adding, if you had 12 and you add 6, you know, that's 33% increase over what you had, so 33%'s 1/3.
Right.
You know, so I mean, essentially, you're right at where you need to be. I mean, if, as far as 500,000 versus $1 million, but you'd almost have to like factor in both. Like if you had you went from 6 to 7, then you're gonna be looking, okay, now we're like 40%, we've added because of, you know, bringing up consolidation. Now, maybe we need to look at different compensation, but I don't know.
No,
I just thought it was worth asking, because if you look
Absolutely.
at, say, like a dispatch person's area, I don't know how many screens you have there, but some are 6 or 8 different monitors on a computer, and the system that they run gets updated every however many years. There's just costs increase as technology increases too.
Sure. And as those costs increase, that continues to be Madison paying that 1/3. Now, whether, you know, in time, I'm sure it's gonna be worth reevaluating that. You know, that we're early enough on, you know, we only did this a few years ago, and we pretty much hit the mark the first budget. The first 2 years, we didn't change the budget at all, because we hit the mark. And we're still very, very consistent with the exception of the addition of the 2 dispatchers. And that's the big change. Things fluctuate, gas prices, you know, we can't control those things, but of the things that we can control, we've stayed very consistent with the dispatch budget.
So
Thank
I think it's very imperative that you do get that process going as quick as possible to add these 2. What kind of time frame are you talking from the beginning to the end of their training? What kind of time frame is that?
It's about a 3-month process to hire them and at least a 6-month process to train them.
To train them, yeah. So you kind of need to get on it to get them up and ready within a reasonable amount of
I
time.
appreciate that.
Chief, I would just echo what Corey's saying. I think you should look at it. I know that we're creating a great value for Madison County. I know their expenses and overhead is nothing like it was when they had the dispatch center. So I would challenge to look at that and say, is it fair and equitable? And, you know, you look at 1/3, are they covering all the salaries by giving 1/3 of the 4 positions that we carry extra? So on average, you have $78,251 here. and you take that and you times it by 4, you're at 313,000. So I don't know what Madison County's giving or what Stanton's giving, but are they covering a little bit more than the salaries? Are they covering infrastructure?
Yeah, that's, when we came up with the formula, it was, we looked at everything. We looked at salaries, we looked at expenses, and then when we looked at, let's say, utilities for the police station, what we looked at is what's the square footage the new dispatch center is going to be compared to the square footage of the entire building. It was 6.5%. So they would pay 6.5% of the heating, 6.5% of the water, 6.5% of those things. Other things were up to 50% depending on what their usage was. And now I don't remember all of the numbers, that's been a couple of years ago, but we looked at line item by line item, should it be a 6.5% thing, should it be a third, should it be a 50%? And we broke that all down, again, in the future, it would be worth reevaluating that every so often, just to make sure that we're staying in line.
Yeah, well, I mean, I love the partnership. I love what we're doing. I just want to make sure that we're being fair and.
Sure.
So.
Chief, I got a question. Who are we all dispatching for City of Norfolk, Madison, Stanton?
We dispatch for everything in Madison County, everything in Stanton County, plus Hoskins. And so there's 14 total agencies, because you've got each of the small town fire and rescues, the small town ambulances. Battle Creek has a police department, Tilden has a police department, Madison has a police department. So those smaller communities, the way it works is the smaller communities in Madison County contract with the sheriff's office, and the sheriff's office contracts with us. So it's 14 agencies total.
I see Stanton County is almost half of what Madison County's funding is.
Yes.
I guess my question is kind of the same as everybody else's. Is that fair and equitable that Stanton County gets half the calls of Madison County?
When we started this process, Stanton's contract was less than half of what it is now. And when we were looked at doing this, I went back to the Stanton County Commissioners and I negotiated the contract because it was due. And we more than doubled their cost because we were looking at expanding our dispatch center. That is also something that, as time goes, it's worth reevaluating those calls and those costs to make sure that it's fair. But Stanton's agreement was a straight dollar amount, and then it increases with a consumer price index every year. Madison's was, because Madison also had a dispatch center. Stanton never has had a dispatch center.
Right.
So Madison's negotiation and discussions were different because of joining the dispatch centers. And Madison, when we did that, Madison had, we had 3 dispatch councils, those $350,000 councils. Madison had 2 of them, they were similar and they were both updated. So Madison, we got Madison's councils in our system when we joined the dispatch centers. So it's not like we had all the expense. They brought 2 complete systems in. What made this work is that they had the same system, same software. So it made it a much easier transition than it could have been. So Stanton didn't have anything to contribute as far as equipment. It's a straight contract with Stanton. Where Madison had staff and, because we got some staff, one of our dispatchers came from Madison when they closed down. So that, they were able to contribute experienced people, some equipment, some resources to make all this work.
So Stanton contributed nothing, and they're still paying half as Madison, when they did contribute the councils and everything.
Madison contributed councils.
Okay.
Now, I don't disagree,
It seems a little unfair, but okay. They contributed nothing, Madison contributed, and and Stanton's half of Madison.
But Madison also has a lot more calls total than Stanton does.
Okay,
Because Stanton has, a couple agencies. Madison has Battle Creek, Tilden, Newman Grove, Meadow Grove.
true.
So there's a whole bunch more agencies that we work with in Madison County than we do in Stanton County.
True, okay. Any more
other
questions?
I appreciate the explanation, so.
Absolutely.
Any questions? Anybody else have any questions for Chief on this? Okay. If not, we just need a recommendation.
I'll make a recommendation for item number 7 of the Norfolk Madison dispatch budget as presented.
I'll second that.
Any other discussion? Seeing none? At this point in time, we could vote, right?
All council members present voting in the affirmative, motion carries.
All right, so now I'm moving on to, Chief will be standing here.
Yes,
Moving on
I'll
to,
stand.
discussion item number 4, recommendation of the police budget, which is the first part of your packet. So,
Okay, council. Again, I'm going to hit some highlights, and if you have questions, we can cover all your questions. I'm going to start on the police budget, page 2, which is also page 9 of your attachments. Just a couple of things to point out on this. Account 78, we already talked about this, is the inter-office transfer out. That went up $181,000 for those 2 dispatchers. And if you look under account 84, this might catch your eye. The 2023-24 estimated expenditures jumped from $134,000 to $304,000 for machinery and equipment under account 84. That is due to, if you look back to the 21-22 actual, where the number is really low, that's our 3 police cruisers. We budget 3 police cruisers every year. We couldn't get them, the supply wasn't there, so they stayed in the queue. And then, as many people have seen, this year, we've got the 3 that we ordered plus the 3 that have been back ordered. So that's why you're seeing this big jump, but you don't see that number from a couple years ago. So we are now caught up on that process going forward, so we would anticipate that to be balanced out a little bit. The other thing I'd like to point out is with the total expenditures, you see that it's 4.96% increase in the budget. Without those 2 dispatchers and that extra increase, it would have been a 2.75% increase. So my budget's only under a 3% increase total from last year with the 2 dispatcher conversation. So I'm going to move on from there to page 3 or page 10 in your attachment. The thing I want to point out here is I'm proposing something a little bit different this year. There's no secret that hiring and retention has been a huge challenge for law enforcement across the country. Norfolk is no exception. We're having the same challenges. Over the last few years, there's been a lot of conversations, not just locally, but on the state levels, about recruitment and investing money into recruiting police officers. We need to continue doing that. That's not going to change. But what I'm going to propose this year is, I've got a phenomenal team of police officers that over the last several years has been stepping up and taking up the slack for the shortages. They're working extra, they're working hard, keeping up and doing their part. Under account 11, salaries and wages, I'm proposing an officer retention bonus for those officers who are here and who have been here. It's based on the amount of time they've been here. It increases for every 5 years of service. And this is proposed for every sworn police officer in the division, with the exception of me. I have a hard time asking something for myself, so that's a conversation for city administration and elected officials. But this is for all sworn officers, and to pay for that, I'm not asking for an increase. I'm proposing to use the wages of 3 police officers that are vacant and use that money to fund this officer retention bonus. And that would leave, you know, a little bit of money left over to stay in the budget. But the 3 officer positions will more than cover this retention bonus. And what I'd like to do is take that amount, they would get half of it at the beginning of the budget year, and they would get half of it at the end of the budget year, both to reward them and also to give them that carrot to stick around for the year. So this is designed as a one-time thing. It's not designed as a repeat occurrence. But we're all feeling it, and I think this would be a great way to reward those officers who have been putting in the extra effort despite the shortages. So,
What was the total amount for the veteran, was it 20-year plus veterans, or of the force, what the bonus was for those guys?
this starts off 5 years.
Yep, 5.
And every 5 years after it goes up
Right.
for every 5 years.
What was it 25 year, did you, right? You had some at 25 year, was that the cutoff or the ending of it, like, it was like, I can't remember when I saw the deal, it was
40 years.
40 years, okay, so.
Yeah, every 5 years up to 40 years.
Up to
Well,
40
it's 30,
years.
36 plus. Everything above 36 years is maxed out.
And only yourself was not on this reward program, or who else wasn't on the reward program?
I'm the only one that's
You're
not
the
on
only
the
one
reward
that's not on
program.
the reward program, okay.
Every sworn officer, that doesn't include dispatchers and
Right.
civilian employees, it's sworn police officers.
And what was the maximum amount of the bonus for the people that've been there 40-plus years? I can't. Was it 50? Nope.
Give me just a second to find that sheet.
It's kind of like it's a compensation.
I believe it was 14,000.
It's a one-time.
It is, it's 14,000 is the maximum.
Okay,
I have it here, but I'm not finding it right now.
okay.
It's probably back in my suitcase.
So it's 238,000 total with the retention bonuses, and that was all done from, you just took the 3 wages that you haven't filled
Yes.
within the department and did
Yes.
it over this year, and that's one-time retention bonus, correct? It's not,
Yes.
this is one fiscal,
It's not
And then all-
designed to be ongoing.
okay.
And this was discussed at a subcommittee meeting as well. That's sometimes a question.
So how would it be divvied out, Don? So explain that.
How
Would you disperse this?
A percentage of
What-
their,
if you've been here 5 years, the newest officers got hiring bonuses when they got hired. So this is for those who weren't eligible for those. If you've been here for 5 years, you get X number of dollars. If you've been here 10 years, you get $1,500 more. If you've been here 15 years, you get $1,500 more. So that's how you get the dollar amount, is it increases $1,500 for every 5 years that somebody's been here. So somebody who has been here, we have one officer who's been here 40 years, he's gonna retire next year. He would fall into 36 plus and would get the total amount of 14,000. Half of it at the beginning of the budget year, half of it at the end of the budget year, like I say, give them a benefit plus give them a motivation to stick around.
so your officers from 0 to 5 years, what's that roughly gonna equate to?
The 0 to 5 wouldn't, it's actually, because we have a couple who got significant hiring bonuses, they don't get anything.
I thought it was all licensed.
What's that?
I thought you said all
Well,
licensed.
they're all eligible, so, the first couple years, they got a $10,000
that.
hiring bonus. So the first couple wouldn't get it. And then I think 3 years is where we started, and it was 3,000 for the first? 3,500 for the first one, and then 5,000 after 5 years, and then it goes up $1,500. I apologize, I had my sheet, it's probably back in my suitcase. Thank you.
It's better than nothing, but.
Here we go. That makes it a lot easier. Okay. Normally, under 5 years was where they weren't eligible, however, we've got a couple, 3 officers who did not get a hiring bonus. I was proposing $3,500 each for those, and then at 5 years, from 5 to 9 years, it's $5,000, 10 to 14, it's $6,500. 15 to 19, it's 8, 20 to 24, it's 9.5, 25 to 29 years, it's 11,000, 30 to 34 years is 12.5, and 35 to 40 years, or more than 40 years, is 14,000. All total, that comes to $238,000. And the three officers were more, I think it was 258, if I'm going from memory.
One time.
So you said, well, 40 plus was 14,000 a year? That was the bonus for 40 plus? Okay.
35 to 40 years or more, so basically 35 or more years is 14,000.
Okay.
That maxes out at 14,000.
And currently you're not on this bonus package then,
No.
correct? Because you didn't want to be a part of it because you didn't want to make the recommendation for yourself, I understand that. I would make a motion that we include chief in on this bonus, package. It's coming out of their payroll anyway. It's coming out of the officers are not funding, so I'm not sure how many years of service you have, chief, but
34.
34, okay, so you're up there ways. But I would make a recommendation to include them within this package. It seems only fair to me if we're gonna do this and approve it within their budget, that it should be across the board.
Within that $238,000?
No, you'd have to increase it by what your years of service is where you'd fall in within
Okay.
within that.
For comparison numbers, the three positions that we're utilizing is $256,383.09. The current proposal is for $238,000.
And you've got 256 would be for three positions, 256 and you're
Yes.
238. It's about $12,000 difference in that.
Did you entertain any type of different percentage, just reimbursements? I'm just looking at that 5 to 10-year officer getting a fair amount less than the 30-plus year one. Isn't that the one, if you're gonna call it a retention bonus, isn't that the one you're worried about probably moving more so than the one who's been there 30 years?
Not necessarily. I mean, for different, you could have that discussion for every phase of that. We've got people, there's somebody who puts in 35, 40 years of their career in law enforcement, I think should definitely be reimbursed accordingly. We did look at different ways of doing it. I mean, we looked at a percentage of their pay. We looked at a percentage of their pay. We looked at but then you've got people who, because there might be a supervisor, are going to they haven't been here nearly as long, but they get this significant bonus where somebody who's been here much longer doesn't get as much just because they never went the supervision route. They're doing a great job with what they're doing and are phenomenal employees, but they just didn't do the supervisor route. So I think the fairest way to do it is based on flat on time, regardless of rank. But we talked about a lot of different ways and what's the fairest way to do it. So yeah, we had multiple discussions on, this is something new and it's costly. I mean, there's no secret about, it is what it is. So we put a lot of thought and time and conversation into what's the best way to do this, to stay within the costs of those three positions.
Chief, so are you pioneering this thing, or this kind of following suit of what other police departments have done for retention?
Other agencies have done something very similar to this.
And been successful on the retention part of it?
No, they just started it, so I, in all honesty, I can't give you a good analysis because this is the next thing that people are trying. So, we don't know yet.
Okay.
Like Hastings is doing this, and and what they propose is they have this continuing year after year until they get to a certain percentage of staffing. So, they're doing it where until they get 90% staffing, then this would go away or it would phase out. I'm not asking for that.
But you're just proposing a one,
I'm just proposing a one-time thing. We're doing our best to fill those positions, and so I'm hoping we get some of them filled.
so you're,
We still have money for filling 4 positions.
that
next
was where my
Yeah,
next question
well,
was.
I didn't short myself, with this is taking up 3, and we still have 4 positions we're trying to fill. We're currently down 7.
Okay.
And I've got more in the police budget as well. You have any more questions about that, or you want me to continue on? Thank you.
I struggle with it, Chief, because it's only a one-year deal, so anyone you bring on new, they don't get to be a part of that program.
Anybody we bring on new is eligible for a $7,500 hiring bonus for the state of Nebraska if they're not certified. And if they are certified, the city has a $10,000 hiring bonus for those that are certified.
Yeah.
So they have a significant financial benefit on the hiring side. That's why I'm looking at a retention side.
I'm not against doing it. I would just like to see it be perpetual, like,
You see what, I'm sorry?
I would like to see it perpetual, like, this is just what we do.
Well, I can't say that I'm not gonna come back to this discussion next year, but that's not what I'm trying to do right now. This is something new. I'm looking for a one-time influx. Down the road, next year, depending on the circumstances, we may have a similar conversation. I'm not gonna promise that I won't have that conversation.
So,
I think that's important, Chief, is to keep that outlook, because next year we may have to modify it differently from where we are today. It might be more or less, it might be something different. So every year, I think it's good that we can look back at this and discuss it.
Right, absolutely. Like I said, I can't say that it won't come back as another conversation, but we have an amazing group of officers, and they deserve something.
I guess that's what I'm saying, Chief, is I think that maybe next year we do something, maybe not as much, but, I mean, this is a good token to say thank you for sticking around and
Right.
and working and doing what you're doing. But I think next year we look at maybe not as much, but keep it going, to build a culture of
Well,
things.
and I appreciate that. I think that would be a good thing. Once we get to fully staffed, then it's not, the need isn't there, I'm sorry? It's hard to take it away, though. Well, that's why I'm saying up front, this is a one-time thing. If I say it's perpetual, then sometimes people expect it.
It seems
all-
it seems to be a 5-year thing, because if you're doing 5-year increments, it looks like something you'd address every 5, something you address every 5 years, because then you'd have people that have moved from 5 to 10, from 10 to 15, from 20 to 25, you know what I'm saying? As far as your services go, but that's.
Oh, and
it's
there's,
just
statistically, if people are gonna get out of law enforcement because they don't wanna be in law enforcement, it usually happens less than 5 years. Then you get to 5 to 7 years, and then they start looking at, other opportunities. So that's one of the reasons why I picked that 5-year mark, because, still new and fresh for the first 3 to 4 years. So I wanted to give them something to look forward to once they hit that 5-year mark.
I'll just make one more comment. I do appreciate the fact that it's just kind of a one-year ask at this point. If you did get into an ongoing or funding on this, maybe then we could look at also attaching some years to that, meaning that you can have this, but maybe you commit, to another year after that bonus or something to that effect.
Yeah, and I had conversations like that with officers about, for lack of better explanations, having them sign a new contract for X number of years. That got very mixed opinions on if that is a good thing or not. You have somebody who's been there for 25 years, and then you're saying, I've been here 25 years, now you want me to sign a contract for 3 more? I've already put in my time. So I agree, and it's worth having those conversations. The conversations that I had previously had mixed reviews for that idea.
A one-time thing, I don't think that new contract's warranted, but if you know that this might be an annual,
That would be a
then
different,
it probably
yeah.
makes a little difference.
That would definitely make a different conversation. And knowing that it's ongoing, the opinions, I think, would be much more receptive to that.
So if this is a perpetual thing going forward, why don't we think about increasing the base wages for whatever salary grade that employee is at? And it'd be a higher wage increase across the board for whatever grade salary they'd be at versus doing this bonus. And then it would be perpetual going forward.
You bring up a good point.
That might be a good accounting answer to why and how that would.
And then maybe we would stand out amongst other communities our size.
Well, we're law enforcement, not just Norfolk. Law enforcement is in a bit of a bidding war. It's kind of like a arms race. You know, everyone is having these same discussions in front of their elected officials is how do we hire people? How do we retain people? Because everyone's struggling. And so that's how we got to where we're at with the hiring bonuses. You know, we had a.
But that's what I'm saying, is that if we have a higher salary grade than amongst our peer cities, maybe that's a way to keep the retention here. And then on an annual basis, whether they get a 2.5% to 6% raise that we've done traditionally the last 3 years, is that base salary is just higher, which
Right.
means everything has increased as the years have gone by, as we approve the salary or the percentage
Right.
of employees.
I absolutely agree. You know, because of the number of employees I have, that's a big financial ask because it's a significant number. And I am more than willing to look at that, and I agree that could help us stand out as a community.
Well, we get a new police station and we're paying higher than other communities. If I was in law enforcement, I'd really
get-
think about it.
It'll get people's attention.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
exactly.
It absolutely would help.
I think that's a great discussion, Corey. I think right now, though, we're talking about in the now. You know, we don't have a police station, hasn't been voted on yet. We're talking about the immediate problem we have in front of us right now, which I think is, what you're focusing on is retention and not hiring so much, it's retention. So this is a retention bonus essentially. So if you look at it that way, if all of a sudden you did happen to fill those 7 positions that we are, obviously out of 3 of those, but I think the 3 positions we're funding this bonus with, if those positions get filled and then you fill an additional 4 more, well, at that point in time, then you've bounced 100% back as what is happening with the, you know, across the nation, what's going on with police departments, right?
Right.
Because now you're fully staffed and we're doing great. We're fully staffed where we want to be. So I think at this point in time, we're really just talking about how can we retain veteran officers within the staff and make sure that they don't, you know, because of the stress and everything that goes along with it, the fact that the media attacks police officers now and, you know, doesn't hold them up like they used to. And as a nation, we're in crisis mode, honestly, across the country with this. So I think I'm looking at more as just, this is retention for the people that are here. And like what you're talking about, I think that is a great discussion once we've got police department up, you know, the police is built and then, or the stations, obviously the public has to pass that, but once that, if it does get passed, and we've got a new police station, then I think we're talking different ideas at that point in time. But
Right.
I think this is your idea for now. Just what can we do now?
Right.
So I guess that's the way I'm looking at it.
I appreciate that.
But I do think we need to include the entire staff within this program,
I agree with that, Shane.
you know.
It's a good idea.
Are we ready to continue on with the rest of the budget? We got to the first page. Any other questions on that before I move on? We good? Okay. That was page 3, and now on page 4, a couple of things to point out. The item number 21, you're gonna see the last item under uniforms is holsters for $7,000. Those holsters, you'll see this come up here in a couple of minutes, is, I'm proposing to replace our handguns. They're 10 years old, they've shown some sign of wear. We're looking at replacing them with 9mm instead of 40 calibers. Statistically, the quality is just as good, the same brand, we're just gonna stay with the Glocks. And so, of course, a different holster, or a different weapon, we need different holsters. So that's what you see with that $7,000. Under 24, you'll see some increases in gas. We can't control those types of things. They're, you know, they are what they are. As you move forward to account 26, there is several things on the left-hand column that we don't need anymore. Things like our radio consoles and our prisoner transport systems. We're at the point now where vehicles are designed the same, where we can take them out of the previous year and put them into the next year. The interiors are the same, so we don't have to buy new ones. And we continue to reuse those until they change the interior design again, that they don't fit. So we don't have to buy several of those items, but I am adding the $44,000 for the new Glocks. It says Glock 45, that's a model number, that's not a caliber. People have been confused about that. And then that purchase price of $44,000 will be offset by approximately $10,000 when those old weapons are sold. And so we'll get it won't be reflected in the budget, but that money would go back to the general fund. And then above that, you've got modular storage shelves and equipment gearboxes. Those are for our cruisers. We're carrying more and more stuff in the back of our units, and this is just to help us get them organized a little bit so we can find things. Number 31, or account 31 under rents, that's the TASER lease. Our TASER lease expired, or is expiring, and we have to re-up it. And TASER, they have a monopoly on that product, and they're raising the cost, so that's not much we can do about that. I'm still negotiating with them on a couple of things, trying to bring that down, but again, it is what it is. Going forward to account 46, under building grounds and maintenance. The jail plumbing, there was $24,500 less last year, that's not in the new one. We are in the process of doing that right now. Now arguably, with the condition of our building, I could be spending all kinds of money on maintenance. But I'm not, because I'm holding my breath a little bit, hoping we get the building, and then all those things will be addressed at that time. If it wouldn't go through, we have multiple maintenance issues in our building that are going to have to be addressed, which is, but I want to stay confident that that's going to happen. So the building grounds and maintenance didn't change much other than the jail plumbing that's getting done now. Going forward to account 47, the last item in account 47 is light bars. We reuse our light bars year after year. Our current light bars are about 10 years old, and they're wearing and time to replace them. So we're budgeting 3. We replace 3 cruisers every year, so it'll take approximately 3 additional years of light bars to get our fleet replaced. So that's just one of those maintenance items that time has come for those. As you continue forward in account 48 for office equipment and maintenance, one thing you might notice is IBM maintenance for $4,449. That will go away next year. We're getting the new CAD RMS system, and that is our old system that we want to maintain for at least 6 months into our new system, so that if we have to go back, and we don't lose that. So that 4,449 it's kind of doubling up, because you see this central square maintenance, and then this is just, that will go away once we're comfortable we don't need that anymore. Count 49 radio batteries. As our radios are starting to wear, our batteries are going down, so we increase that. Account 52, I put in $4,000 for recruitment efforts. Again, we're doing what we can to recruit. I have some ideas, some video ideas that I'm going to try to work with. So that's something new. Account 53, tuition, that was raised from $1,500 to $2,000, as was across the city. And then as you can continue down for account 53, under the city attorney, the city attorney's budget is folded into the police budget, and Danny Myers-Nolly worked through her side of it. She reduced her mileage, both for local and in county. She didn't need that much for mileage, so she reduced both of those numbers. And then she added $3,000 to miscellaneous travel and training for city attorney. Many times, and then she eliminated a conference. Many times those training opportunities come up, and you need to move on them. You don't have more than a couple months to get registered for them. So those quality trainings, it's kind of hard to budget for them sometimes. And then going forward, the rest of the several pages are just line items of stuff that we need. On the top of page 13 or 20 in the attachments, which is still part of account 64, Computer, that, our prices go up and down on computers depending on what the rotation is and where we need them. And this last year, we had to replace, or this current budget, we're replacing the laser printer in the city attorney's office. This next year, we're replacing the one in administration, which everybody in the second floor uses. We got a letter notifying us that it was no longer going to be supported and was out of warranty, so we have to replace that one. And then in account 68 under professional fees, that's city attorney court costs. She reduced that by $3,000 during her assessment. And then the last page, page 14 or 21 in your attachments, account 84, shooting simulator for $20,000. We have a chance, local business is closing down, and we have a chance of getting about a $40,000 low, with very little use shooting simulator, which is what we would want to get with our new building for $20,000. So I have a chance of getting a quality, we checked it, we looked at it, and it's a quality piece of equipment, so I'm proposing $20,000 for that shooting simulator. So that is the rest of the police budget. What questions do you have on that one?
Just one that came to mind here, Chief,
sorry?
was, I just have one that came to mind, and it's pretty minor in cost, really. But going from 40 cal, is that what you have, 40 caliber right now? Pistols? And
40
going,
to nines,
what's that?
40 to nines.
Yeah, and going down to 9mm, which typically 9mm ammo costs quite a bit less than 40. And then also having the simulators, there are cost savings in ammo for pistol ammunition going down and/or rifle included with the simulator.
Right. It very easily could go down, and it should go down. How to guess how much until we have a year under our belt is very difficult. So, I left the numbers the same, and you're right, and that's one of the reasons why we like the nines. They have the same, capabilities, with the current technology, but it should be a lower cost. Don't know how much that is yet. Good question, but yeah, I'd like to see, because when we make the transition, we're gonna have extra ammo costs because we have to all retrain and requalify for these new guns, so we'll use more the first year than we would on a regular year. But I suspect we'll have some ammo savings. Central Square is our new computer, it's CAD RMS, Computer Aided Dispatch Records Management System. That's the system we've been working on upgrading for the last 14 months. We just did training in the month of June. The system we were using was installed in 1991, and we are still using it, so it was time to replace it. This is a new, basically a Windows-based, our entire computer system that operates the police department, the jail, dispatch center, all of that is getting replaced. And then what you're seeing there, and then that's already been approved. Paid part of it, we're getting ready to go live in September is when we should be going live. And then there'll be an expense, but it's already been budgeted and paid for. And then what you're seeing there is the annual costs of that.
Have you looked at going with electric bikes?
I'm sorry,
Have you ever looked at going with electric bikes?
I'm still not hearing.
Have you looked at going with electric bicycles?
Electric bicycles.
That might help with recruitment and retainment.
The thing about electrical, like everything electric, the batteries go bad if you don't use them and you don't charge them. We did look at them and we talked about them. Talked to some other agencies that have them, the people either love them or they hate them. But my fear is that they wouldn't get used enough that the batteries wouldn't last, and then you have the expense of replacing batteries. And they, of course, are much more expensive too. And if we were riding our bicycles an entire shift, it'd probably be a different conversation, but we don't have dedicated officers. They have the bike rack, and then if they patrol, they're responsible for calls, and then when they have a chance to go ride the parks or trails and get out. But then if they get a call in their area, they drop their bike on their bike rack and then go answer their calls.
I was just looking at the bike instructor certification, so it's made me think about it.
Yeah.
Chief, I guess I just had one question.
Yes, sir.
On the school resource officers,
Yes.
That working out good?
Our school resource officer program is phenomenal. And I like to toot our horn a little bit because a couple of years ago, when the state made some mandated changes, they used our program and our policies as a template to go forward with. So it's been very, very good. We have it in the budget. It's been allocated for a third one in the middle school, but we haven't been able to put anybody there yet.
Okay, I guess that was my question.
Yeah, we definitely want to do that once I get the staff for it. But I'm very proud of our school resource program. And I give a lot of credit to Dave Lichtenberg, our officer in the high school. He kind of started that program from the ground up years ago and to make it what it is today. And I think unfortunately, he's looking at retiring this next year, so we'll have to replace that, but that's going to
We
be,
can just make him go part-time,
yeah.
just a school year. No, it's a great program, and I've heard lots of positive, that's why I asked if
And
we need to
Brent-
look at developing that farther, more
Absolutely.
officers.
Yeah, Lichtenberg's in the high school, Teets is in the junior high. Officer Teets is phenomenal with that age group, and he loves it. He does a great job with them. When we can get that third one in place, we want to expand that into the grade schools more and start interacting with the grade schools. Just manpower hasn't allowed us to do that yet.
Right, thank you.
I saw you had a community service officer. Looks like they're going to become a police officer,
Yes,
which I think is great because it seems like that's a perfect stepping stone, right?
yes.
So I saw you still have 3 for the CSO position. Is that something that's gaining ground that you would need to look at another position there?
Not at this time.
Okay.
The motivation, we have 3 positions. One of them is pretty stable. The 2 that we added were designed for people who want to get into law enforcement, using it as a stepping stone. And that's exactly what we're doing, and it's fortunately worked out exactly like we hoped. We now have a position open, and I guess in my world, if that stays perpetually empty and we're constantly filling it, that's a good thing because they're moving on to law enforcement. So the workload that we have for them, I'd have a hard time justifying additional ones. I think we're in a good place right now, but I don't foresee adding to that just because we don't have the work to keep somebody who's non-certified busy at that level. It's a great question, though. Any other questions? There's a
I don't
lot to
have-
go through on that one. That's a long,
I don't have any more questions on the budget itself, but just the process, the meeting where we kind of sent this to approval or on to Madison County, I think, for their approval on the police expansion. Is that all on track? Is everything good there? Do you know?
as far as the police expansion,
Yeah.
I understand that it's going to our next agenda, and then the following day is at the Madison County agenda. It appears that it's in good shape. Do you have anything to add on that, Andy, or not? Okay.
What's that? Any additional questions? Go, in the back, here we've got some gentlemen, come on up, Fred. I ask you to sign in so we don't interrupt you when you're,
Already done.
okay.
Council, Chief, Brad Brooks, 2204 Highland Drive. I don't have any concerns necessarily about retention bonuses and whatever, but I didn't hear a whole lot of discussion on what we're gonna do about hiring some additional policemen. we're down like 6 or 7. We've taken some money from 3 of them to put toward retention bonuses. But when are we going to address our hiring procedures? We can't keep saying that it's a nationwide dilemma. Everybody's having problems. We need to be concerned about Norfolk, Nebraska, and the surrounding area. We keep adding things for these people to do, and these retention bonuses are only going to go so far. What can we do to hire some more police officers and retain them? That needs to be a focus. And if we don't focus on hiring people and getting them in the house, we're going to create some problems for us down the line. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
I think that's what we did. We started a CSO program to move into full-time officer status.
I'll address that a little bit. You know, over the last couple of years, we've actually done quite a bit for the retention side of it. The CSO program is one of them that we've done. We're working with the colleges more than we ever have, working with our new HR director as far as where we're advertising and how we're advertising, the bonuses, as we mentioned. So it is a challenge. I mean, there's no secret about it. I know there's some agencies who are lowering their standards to get people in the door, and that's a dangerous precedent that I don't think is a good idea. I'm open to suggestions. I've talked to other police chiefs across the state. We're always bouncing ideas off each other as to the best way to get those people in the door. We've been working with Congressman Flood. He's doing a national push to get people into the state of Nebraska, not specifically Norfolk, but trying to spread the word that Nebraska is a great place for law enforcement. I've met with him and done some media stuff with him on that regard. So I recently met with the Attorney General on some retention ideas. I got a meeting coming up here later this week with the Lieutenant Governor, some of the same conversations. So we're reaching out and having those conversations any place we can, trying to figure out what's it gonna take. It is a challenge, and I'm open to suggestions. You know, we have to make sure our stuff is reasonable and fair, but we're always looking at the retention side. I didn't talk about it much today because the retention piece was today's conversation, not the hiring conversation. But we're always open for suggestions if people have them as well.
But you did just add $4,000 for ads and marketing, so
Yes.
I think there is some push going on there.
Yes, we're trying to be creative. You've seen some of the videos we've done in the past. We've gotten good responses from those videos. And that's one of the things I want to do is kind of expand that. Got some ideas that I'm working on, but they're not ready to be developed yet. So, yeah, trying to get people interested in law enforcement has been a challenge. I do think it's been getting better. We're seeing the training center is full again. I mean, their classes are full. People are slowly coming back to law enforcement. The media hasn't been as hard on us as it has been in the past. But it takes time for those processes to turn. And we'll just keep on sharing the positives of the profession. You say colleges are a big thing. You'll probably see next year's budget. I'm gonna have a spot in there for an intern. We're working with Wayne State College for the Growing Together. Those people are coming through. I think it's next year that they'll be doing some law enforcement internships. So, working a lot more with the colleges than we have historically. And that's one of the things that doesn't pay off for until years down the road. I mean, we're investing today, but it could be a couple of years before we see the benefit of that. In fact, our new officer, Stuart, the one's at CSO, he was our first intern. He was an intern from Wayne. So that wasn't the plan. As he was getting into the process, we turned that into an internship, and he got the benefit of internship to kind of work our way through that process, so.
Chief, how many officers do we have? 18, is it, total? 18 officers?
Certified police,
Yeah.
we have 41 total.
Oh, 41
18 patrol officers.
18 patrol.
And then you've got sergeants and lieutenants and investigators, school resource officers, admin. Altogether, fully staffed, we would be allocated 41 officers.
Out of the 41, how many officers have been here from 0 to 2 years? Out of that 41? How many essentially new hires do we have that's been here from 0 to 2 years?
Two,
2.
I believe two. And they're both certified that came from other agencies.
Okay, thank you.
Two, maybe three, but I'm pretty sure it's two.
Bring that back up.
Yeah. Two that are 0 to 2 years.
So out of 41,
Under 5 years,
so out of 41, we got, what were you gonna say? Under 5 what?
there, we have 5 that are here under 5 years.
5.
3 of them are towards the top end of the 5, 2 of them are at the bottom end.
Okay.
I mean, 2 years, the first year is training, so you won't really, unless you count the 2 that we hired today, we got 2 more. We just hired 2 more today that are starting, so.
I have one more quick question, either for you or Jessica. With you included in that retention bonus, what was the exact dollar amount? 256 something?
Well, it'd be
58.
238 plus 12.5. Get my calculator out. 255, okay.
250, 500?
And
Okay.
there's 258 with those 3 officers. Those 3 officers that we're using, that is 258,000.
Well, I'm just thinking, if we make a motion for this to be forwarded, I think we should include the correct dollar amount for that retention bonus line. And I would like to know what that exact total would be.
Yeah, $250,500.
Okay, thank you.
Agreed?
Any other questions or comments, discussion on the police budget? Okay,
Now, I'll
well,
go ahead and make a motion to approve the police budget with the change from officer retention bonus from 238,000 to 250,500.
Second.
motion second, and since I
Would
missed
that-
most of the.
Would that
Go ahead.
motion need to include that we're covering entire staff, not just everyone but chief? Just the entire staff is included on that?
I would, to include Chief Miller as an eligible employee to receive a retention bonus.
Maybe add that.
And, yeah, adjusting that amount.
When you say entire staff, you mean entire licensed?
Certified officers.
Do you want me, I'm going to make a motion to amend the police budget.
To approve with this change,
I already had a second on my first motion, so.
right?
You table that. If you want to table that, make a new amendment, make a new
Or
motion.
just withdraw. If McCarthy agrees, just withdraw that motion, then we'll do a new one.
So I withdraw first.
Frank, you would withdraw first?
I'll withdraw my first motion.
Okay,
Second.
all right. Okay, now you can move to approve.
I'll
with
make
those
a motion
changes.
to approve the police budget, including all certified police officers, including chief, from $238,000 for the officer retention bonus to $250,500.
Second.
Does that include the related, like FICA and pension and those kind of things that will?
for a number, I got a number, I use that number.
If we stick that number in there, I presume we would amend the FICA and those other things that are based on pay.
I'm asking if that's the way
I
we're supposed to do it.
I think that if the motion was to just include chief, in that full dollar amount, staff will calculate that total that we need to, and the rest of the budget with all the other payroll and everything else that goes with it.
That's why we got Randy here. He thinks those things.
All right, are we good? Okay. Well, since I wasn't here for that discussion regarding longevity pay, I do want to commend Chief and Jessica and staff who work creatively to reevaluate the police budget to devote resources to that kind of retention effort, rewarding officers who have worked the force for a number of years. So I think it's a good budget, creative thinking, and a new way of going about keeping officers here and supported in their jobs. So with that, unless there's any other changes, I think we're ready to vote.
All council members present voting in the affirmative, motion carries.
Okay, looks like that moves us then to item 5 on the agenda, recommendation of the Specialized Narcotics Abuse Reduction Effort, the SNARE budget.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
go ahead, Chief.
I
Yep.
didn't know if we had I was waiting for a motion or something.
You're good. Yep.
Well, this shouldn't take much longer than the police budget, so. The specialized, or this, it's called SNARE, Specialized Narcotic Abuse Reduction Effort Fund. This is the SNARE Drug Task Force that is in the area, and the city of Norfolk is the financial entity for that. This is a maintenance budget. There is very, very little that changes here. The one thing that comes up once in a while that I question I get, let me get to the page so I can give you the page number, is rent for operating expenses. We budget $16,800 for rent for their off-site facility. State Patrol pays half of that, so that money comes back into the fund later on. So that's why you're seeing a split from previous years from a smaller amount to 16,000 budgeted. So we budget for the total amount, actual costs are half that. And other than that, they've got a part-time employee, very part-time employee that handles their stuff. One interesting thing with the SNARE budget, and this is more FYI, it really doesn't affect it, but there were some legal changes on how we track buy money and expenses. Used to be that we could use seized money for certain expenses, and we can no longer, it's much more restrictive on how we utilize that piece of our income. That's all we've been worked out with the city's financial department, but it doesn't affect the budget itself. It's just a matter of how we pay certain things with seizures compared to what we've done before. But there's there's nothing really that changed in the SNARE budget. I don't have any highlights to even give you because it's all pretty much the same as last year. Any questions?
Any questions or comments on the SNARE budget? Okay,
I would make a motion to approve the SNARE budget as presented.
motion second. If no further discussion, please vote.
All council members present voting in the affirmative, motion carries.
All right, that brings us to item 6, recommendation of the wireless 911 budget. Go ahead, Chief.
Yes. Thank you. The wireless budget is funded by a fee charged to cell phone. Every one of your cell phones has a fee assessed to that. Our beginning of fund balance you're seeing has gone down significantly. And the reason for that is this is also, it's called set-asides. The tax is there. Historically, it allowed us to take that money and set it aside, called the set-aside funds, to use for certain expenses. How we spend this money is controlled by the Public Services Commission. Everything has to get approved through them for expenses. It's basically for 911 services. They changed their model where they are now paying more of the expenses up front and not giving us as much of the taxes. So that's why you're seeing our beginning fund balance going down, and it will continue to go down. We have until 2026 to pay off the last of these old set-aside funds, or we lose them. Worked with Sheila, we have that budgeted into our plan to get rid of those paid down so we don't lose them. So that's why you're seeing that beginning fund balance decrease. The allocation of the money coming up, that has increased. Again, that's due to us taking over from Madison, and we're having a larger dispatch area of 911 phones that are coming into our taxable service area. So that's what you're seeing on page 1 of that budget, which is 30 on your attachment. And then if you go to page 3, you're gonna see on account 84, capital outlay for $45,000 reduction. That was we worked with Geocom to develop it's called an address point layer, to develop a specific point on a map for every physical address in our dispatch area. And that's what that $45,000 expense was. We're just finalizing that program and getting that up and going, so that's why you have that noticeable decrease. Other than that, shouldn't be any other significant changes in the wireless budget. Any questions?
Chief, I'm gonna hit on it again, I guess, but is with our joint coverage with Madison County and the 911 cost going up 25,000 due to that? Do they help pay for that then out of this? So if they're doing 1/3 and we're doing 2/3, but it looks like the budget went up from 64 to 89,000, am I thinking correctly?
Okay.
For the wireless 911 allocation for the receipts from the state of Nebraska?
Yeah,
Is that,
Madison doesn't have much to do with the wireless fund.
okay,
That money comes in and it pays for direct expenses for the dispatch center that are 911 related. When we do the Madison budget, if they pay for something, then it's paid for. That's not an expense, so Madison pays on the expenses on the bottom line. We get 100% of the benefit of the wireless funds because we get the tax dollars from Madison, if that makes sense.
okay.
Or I guess, did they raise the fee from 64,000 to 89,000, went up 39%? Is that due to just the expanded coverage?
Due to the expanded coverage.
So it's about 40% more?
Before-
I mean, if you're looking at
Before
just one of that.
Madison, when Madison had a dispatch center in Madison, they had a area that received those 911 funds. Now that we've absorbed that, all of that comes to our 911 center.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, if we want to get in the weeds, it can get really complicated because then it also
it's-
goes into
it
the
seems to
regionalization and,
It seems to trend pretty similar to what you're trying to budget from if you go back to the allocation of funds in the earlier budget we were talking about with the dispatch center of 500 and $1 million. You can see a 40% increase in the funds received from 911 or 911 allocation wireless funds, almost 40%. I mean, it's like a 30 to 40% increase, where it's kind of like the same thing you were talking about. It's about a third of the overall increase in cost to have that, including those other counties within the dispatch. So that's just what I'm
sure.
pointing out.
Yeah, I was just trying to get a better understanding of it still, so it's all good.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion for approval.
Motion second. If no further discussion, please vote.
All council members present voting in the affirmative, motion carries.
Thank you, everybody, for your
Thank you.
time and support.
Thank you, Chief. All right, item number 8, recommendation of the Parks and Recreation budget. Our Parks Director, Nate Powell.
Mayor and council, thank you. Not too many changes at all this year. We looked at mostly our actuals and what we were spending, and we were able to lower some of our costs, and some of them went up. So we'll just go through those real quick. For salaries, really no changes there. We did add about 900 hours for the ice rink that's coming. that's for our seasonal, our summer, not our seasonal, our summer help. We have 48,000 hours of summer help that we manage, but so we had to add about 900 hours for that. So that's all the changes in our salaries and wages that we have. I'll go through each one of the line items. Uniforms is up quite a bit. The cost of purchasing those have gone up over the last couple of years, and so that's why there's a pretty good increase there. Vehicle costs, we're getting closer to actuals, so that went down. Minor tools, a little bit up there, but not by much. Signs, paint and lumber, I didn't move our field marker paint into this category, so that's why that went up. And that came out of 29, our operating supplies and materials. So that's one of the reasons why it went down. We also moved the plumbing and the electrical and irrigation out of that and into our building and grounds maintenance in 46. So those are the reasons for the big decreases in 29. Rent for the signs have gone up just slightly. Garbage fees are up a little bit as well on average. Recreation program expenses are staying roughly the same right now. Electricity, we went and looked at our actuals, so that went down. Natural gas and heating also went down from our actual. We were budgeting a little too much for those. Water and sewer up a little bit, but that was probably more drought related than anything. So I think we'll see a significant drop actually this year in our water, but not something that you can really predict here. Building and grounds maintenance, again, we added the plumbing and electrical irrigation and a few other things there to get closer to what we're actually spending. Vehicle and machinery maintenance is up just slightly, staying with our actuals, and our office equipment, and that's due to our Element software costs and increased costs of software such as Active and Homebase and others as well. Travel and training is up a little bit, mainly for the mosquito control that we are now managing with our staff. They'll need additional training for that, and also tuition reimbursement increase as well. Insurance is up quite a bit there. Communications, we dropped just to put that closer to actuals. Same with postage. Our legal and advertising, we kept the same. A big drop in our professional fees is we're no longer doing the master plan. That's completed. And the miscellaneous costs is our food costs for our concessions, and those costs are on the rise, and that's why there's a pretty big jump there. No other changes. I can go through our machinery and equipment that we would like to purchase. We need a new three-wheel drag for the fields at Taha. We did have one break down, and I'm not sure. They might have put that on the surplus auction. It was no good. But we do need to replace that. We generally like to have 3 of those at any time. We have a tree spade we would like to purchase as well. We do have a tree farm out at Taha that has 120 trees that they've been growing. I don't know when that started, but it was prior to me coming here. But we have no way of transplanting trees. And so, and anytime we need to transplant a tree, we have no ability to do that. If we're going to do it for a utility project or a sidewalk project, and we just need to move the tree 5 or 6 feet, we have no way to do that. So this would allow us to do that. It'll save us $36,000 in tree purchases if we move those 120 trees. And it would be a $84,000 savings if we transplanted those trees. So it's a pretty significant cost to have somebody come in and actually transplant those for us. We do need to purchase a pickup. We have 30 trucks. We like to replace at least one a year. We would also like a tow-behind wood chipper. As we've added corridor tree management and we're doing more tree work, we feel this would help us with eliminate 30 to 60 trips to the landfill to take the the branches and that, and when there's a big storm, we can also chip those up. We can use those wood chips. It'll save us on purchasing mulch for our trees and for our planter beds. So there's a little bit of savings there. It's about a $5,000 to $6,000 annual savings if we had our own wood chipper that we could use, and our arborists would be able to use that quite often. We need a V-blade for our tool cat. What we found out in the big storm last winter is we had a lot of equipment, but we didn't have enough plows to keep the equipment going. We could have done more. We had the staff, we just didn't have enough plows, so adding another plow onto one of our equipment would be helpful to us. Soccer goals at Embrace Park. We have a nice field there, but we don't have a way for anyone to play soccer in those fields. Volleyball nets, this is 87 infrastructure. We need to replace that at Berry Hill and also at Taha. The poles and nets are just outdated and old. We put a few things in throughout the community because what we're hearing, swings at Nord Park and West Side Park slide replacement. We have some old slides there. We actually had to take one out because of safety reasons, and you probably heard about that because we did get a letter. But we would like to replace that slide because there's another slide there that needs to come out. So it'd be nice to just put something in if we're going to take something out. So those are the items that we asked for. Is there any questions?
Yeah, I've got a question. As far as some of your capital outlay and your improvement to parks with swings and nets and poles and whatnot, why don't we just request for Keno funds for those improvements? I mean, that's, instead of going general fund, why don't we ask for Keno funds? Would that be more
My understanding is
appropriate?
because they're under 50 is the only reason I don't.
Because the total ask is under 50?
That's correct. I believe CIP is 50 or above.
What? I just feel like that could be pulled out of Keno and out of,
It could be. I think it was just last year, though, that we had some of those smaller things coming from Keno out of the operating budget.
Yes, right.
And then the request was,
Well-
no, let's not pay for operations with
I
Keno.
think the request was, let's not pay wages out of Keno
Well, we haven't been doing that for,
I mean, initially, that's what it was, because there was, at one point in time, part of the park's budget was funded through Keno, I mean, wages were funded through Keno funds, which really wasn't what the voters intended when they passed Keno funds, as far as when it first initially passed, so I would think it'd be
Right.
very appropriate to ask for improvements to parks and rec to come directly out of Keno funds instead of our general fund. I'm just saying, but it has to meet the $50,000 threshold to,
it doesn't have to be, but that's sure the direction we got from council last year was, hey, let's just keep that for the items over 50,000.
Any other questions?
I'm sorry, but there is a $45,500 or $42,500 increase in capital outlay in the parks budget. So I mean, that almost qualifies your 50 grand.
I mean, we could just.
Just a thought.
It is 57,000 in infrastructure for playground equipment. So either way,
I just feel like that's kind of what those funds were set aside for, is for parks and rec and whatnot when we have, so they don't have to always be, I mean, you still gotta obviously get approval on it if it's gonna work into the budget, but it does kind of make sense to utilize those funds for that particular deal instead of pulling directly out of the general fund.
Nate, you had mentioned, I realize it's not within this budget, but I'm out of curiosity's sake, next steps with the Parks Master Plan, can you just briefly touch on that? What does the council expect as next steps coming from that process?
Yeah, so that process is complete, and there really is there isn't any next steps unless council directs otherwise. If they need anything or need a report on it, or I can do that anytime.
But there are certain portions of that that are implementable, that that you'll be using as a guide to determine priorities within the park system.
Yeah,
Is
it
that
helped
correct?
with priorities, so we looked at each and every park and what the needs are in each park and what needs to be replaced over the next 10 years. And that helps guide the CIP, helps us determine what the community's priorities were for when we went through that process. And that's, anything that we talk about today comes from those discussions. So, and we're not just pulling these things out. These are things that need to be replaced, and they're on a time frame as well. So we know the life of a playground, we know the life of the facilities that we build, and we can build that into our 10-year CIP plan, so.
And that's where a lot of, right now, as Councilman Clausen mentioned, the Keno dollars, those dollars in many cases are directed towards those large expenditure.
That's correct. Most of those,
purchases.
yep.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
Nate, I
Any
got
other
a
questions?
couple
Yeah.
quick questions. On the, last year, we had $20,000 in the 87 account for the, coming out of council priority dollars for the Central Park irrigation. Has that been completed?
That's actually starting, I believe he said that it was starting today.
Okay.
Yep, the irrigation is gonna get done here. Well, all the projects that we've been working on, what happened in Central Park is we had an electrical box that went bad, and so that just, it turned into all of our electrical needed to be replaced. So every time we went to fix something, we had to go fix something else to bring things to code. So we've been working on that and getting everything up to code. Everything's up to the code with the budgets, monies that we have. And we'll also get that irrigation done. I believe that's starting now. We should probably be wrapping up that and getting some new fall protection under the playground as well. That should all be completed in the next month and a half.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, did we replace one or two heaters at Aquaventure?
We replaced both heaters out there.
Both heaters,
yeah.
okay, so
They're-
that's why that's not in this budget.
That's
Okay,
correct, yep.
thank you.
Nate, last year we had the Tahoe fountain replacement. Do we still have some fountains that we need out there?
We're having some electrical problems. So, I mean, our infrastructure is falling apart. So we're having to, well, he's having some electrical issues, and I haven't been able to dig into that just yet, but they're working on it, and they've got to replace some electrical lines, because right now it's all within the pond there, and we have to bring in new electrical, but that was not expected.
Do we have the money for that?
I haven't seen a quote yet. That's why I need to check into it. I haven't seen an estimate. They were looking into it for me.
So if we get an estimate, are we able to do that work
We'll
within
try
the next
to
fiscal
squeeze that
year?
in within our budget. Yeah.
And just to clarify about last year in Keno funds, last year Keno funds were brought up in question because there was a $150,000 reduction in the mill levy, and we had $150,000 allocated towards parks, so it looks similar to a swap and a fabricated mill levy reduction, because we were basing it off Keno funds, is what it came across in the meeting. And I think the discussion was, we don't want to do that. We want to, we don't want to just go Keno funds to supplement tax reduction. And so I think that was the question in case during the last year's budget, where we talked about the 150 grand coming back out of parks budget and being allocated within the general. So Keno funds were freed up and not used to, I'm not saying that's why it was, but it looked that way during the budget reading. And that's, I'm just
Yeah.
going off memory, and that was the reasoning why we had those questions.
I agree with that
Okay.
completely,
Okay.
yep. I guess I interpreted more as in, yeah, you didn't want Keno to supplement the general fund, and then therefore, that's the only way we could have a levy reduction.
Right.
I guess I kind of took that as in, don't use Keno for
Okay.
operating.
Right. I understand what you're saying, yeah.
Any other questions or comments on parks budget?
I got one. Nate, maybe you hit it on here, maybe I need a better explanation. Item number, or line 69, miscellaneous expenses for concession stand. What's that?
That's our food costs for concessions. It's just food costs.
All concession stands?
That's correct. and we expended 99,000 last year, so, but I don't think we're gonna get that high.
Anything else?
Well, let me ask a follow-up, I guess. So does revenue that's coming in from sale of food or things like that, does that just go into general fund then?
That's correct,
Am
yeah.
I thinking correctly?
Yeah, I
Okay.
think we're above 160,000,
Okay,
so we're doubling the money.
all right.
Yep.
Randy, do we have that number, what's generated off Parks and Rec budget, what the revenue generated with contracts? And I know we see this big number of 2.9 million, but do we have a number to show revenue per?
Anything further?
That's it, and
Okay. All right. Any other comments, discussion? If not, do I hear a motion, please?
I'd make a motion to approve the rec budget as is.
Motion second. For further discussion, please vote.
All council members present voting in the affirmative, motion carries.
All right, that brings us to item number 9, recommendation of the group insurance budget to be presented by Jessica DeWark, our Human Resources Director. Jessica.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Starting on page 57, we'll go through the group health accounts, the group health budget. The beginning fund balance for the upcoming year is up almost 21%. This is due to a relatively low claim year. We have had historically some high claim years in the past, so a low claim year helps us offset those and build up our balance back to where we want it to be. And then if you go down, there is the interest income, which is increasing almost 200% this next year, and that is because of the healthy balance we have currently in the fund, as well as the interest rate increase. We have typically budgeted 1% interest rate for this account, but working with the finance department for this year, we're budgeting the interest rate at 3%, which is helping bring in that income. And then moving down, the total funds available, which has increased almost to 13%. This is due to having a relatively good year with employee health claims. However, we're aware for next year that there will be some higher dollar claims just due to some major medical circumstances that have occurred. Skipping down over the next few pages, if you go to page 60, I'm going to go through, if you have questions about that before we go into expenditures. Otherwise, I'll move forward. So on page 60, this is beginning with the personnel costs. The total amount has lowered almost 200,000. So this last year, we switched over to Blue Cross Blue Shield from UMR. And that switch has saved us some money there. In January of this year, Blue Cross Blue Shield is costing us less for both our specific and aggregate costs, which is the largest savings in the specific fund. And then moving down to those benefit claims, we've kept those pretty much the same from last year to this year. Dental has increased from 11,500 to 12,000 for the monthly amount. And then moving down to other professional fees, due to switching to Blue Cross Blue Shield, the health administration has decreased, so that's been a benefit there. And there are 2 additions that we've added for next year, just for compliance reasons. We are adding in COBRA administration and Flex administration with IBC. This is something that I think will help eliminate some liability when we have a third party assisting with those. It also saves some administration costs from not doing that in-house and relying on the third party. And then with that being said, even in addition with the 2 new line items, our ending balance is still projected to be over 6 million. We are settled with that amount, but this is a projection, and we are forecasting some higher medical expenses coming our way. So trying to stay and maintain those increases this next year and stabilize that going forward. With that, I don't know if there's any other questions, and I do have Lyle and Kylie available if there's any historical questions as well.
Any questions? Okay. Hearing none, do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the group insurance fund budget.
Second.
Motion second. If no discussion, please vote.
All council members present voting in the affirmative, motion carries.
All right, item 10, the capital projects budget, presented by Sheila and Lyle.
Yep, I'll
In
go over
combo?
the revenue side, and
Okay.
then Lyle will go over the
Very good.
expenditures. So our beginning fund balance increases about 1.5 million. We're planning to issue some flood control bonds here in the next couple months for the next phase of the flood control recertification project. So some of that beginning fund balance are those bond proceeds that will be spent in the budget year. We're budgeting $615,890 in miscellaneous federal grants. This is for trail grants, an energy grant for administration building windows, and a conservation grant for adult softball field. In other state funding, we're budgeting $562,500. And this is for the second half of the Civic and Community Center Financing Fund grant for the downtown festoon lighting. We're budgeting $850,000 for other intergovernmental funding. $100,000 is the college's contribution for the Tahazuka team lockers, and the other $750,000 is the rural fire district's contribution for a fire truck. Transfers in, that's the regular transfers from the admin budget for Keno funds, council priority dollars, and transfers for CIP items. We are budgeting $465,000 for proceeds of debt. And this is a public safety bond issue to fund an ambulance and warning sirens. So our total revenues are 4.6 million. Is there any questions on the revenue side?
You talked about the flood control bonds that you were trying to, what amount are you looking at for those?
We're looking at 1.4 million.
1.4 million.
Any other questions for Sheila before we jump into the next portion? Okay. Good afternoon, I'm Lyle Lott, Operations Manager for the city. We're going to talk about the CIP a little bit, starting on page 67 of your packet, 67 of 224. Actually, what I'll do is give you the very brief rundown. You can go through and check out the topics, start jotting down questions that you may have or specific projects you may have in mind. But for yourselves and for the folks in the crowd and viewing at home, the general fund starts on page 67. Enterprise funds start on page 71. Chaff in 76. And then by funding source, backed by popular demand, page 78. So as you look at that, here's kind of how the CIP gets put together, what it is. It's a 10-year outlook of purchases in excess of $50,000 generally for all divisions across the city. It starts shortly after you flip the new calendar year over. Division heads put in what they need for long-term, short, medium, long-term plans for purchases going forward. It works best when those purchases are placed 10 years out or farther. Each item that's placed in there has a funding source, which can be seen at the top of the page by an acronym there. CIP team takes a look at it, gets it to a working document of this sort, and we get into the budget process. Inevitably, throughout the budgeting process, we come back and modify this over the course of time when this dust settles on this, on these budgets. Take this to the Planning Commission along about August, and then back to City Council for final approval along with the budget in September. With that being kind of the general overview, you'll notice, I guess, feel free to stop me if you have questions. The general fund here, we have streets on the first page. It's very heavily dependent on equipment. A lot of snow plows and trucks that are depicted there, following the next onto the next page, followed by parks, which is very heavily project dependent. There's some equipment, but it's primarily projects. And so on down the line from parks to the next page to public safety, you'll see fire, followed by police. Anything catch the eye with the general fund area? Of course, it starts off with administration as well. I missed that. Before we get into the enterprise fund, which is found on page 71. Otherwise, enterprise funds, as you know, are all funds that are self-serving with the revenues that they make. A lot of investment that goes into this to make the community function, make the city function. Water is on page 71 and 72. Transitions to sewer division on page 73. One of the items that's been, we'll talk about legislation. One of the items that's been of discussion as of late is on page 73, the 275 lift station. Is there any other questions about that as of yet? Otherwise, we can continue on. WPC is on page 74 through 75. Solid waste starts on bottom of 75 onto 76. And then if you're interested in your ward's street chaff funding projects, that will be on the bottom of page, starting on the bottom of page 76 and carrying on. Page 78 is the breakdown of projects by funding source we started doing last year. And that is a very high-level overview of the CIP. I'm open to questions.
Lyle, who creates the project priority grade? How do we come up with the project priority as far as A, B, or C? Who designates A, B, or C?
That's a good question. It's not I wouldn't say it's an individual specifically designated to it. It's either the CIP team, perhaps the Pulse, perhaps Andy, the Pulse of what the elected officials use.
Who's the CIP team?
So it's Randy and Sheila, I, Stephen, Anna, and Andy.
There's no councilman involved in that?
Not in that. Other questions?
Lyle, you want to maybe provide some explanation as to what that priority means?
Sure. Yeah, so that priority that you're talking about, to fill everybody in, is the fourth column there. The priority, urgent, A is urgent, B is necessary, C is desirable. So as division heads submit their CIPs for consideration. In there, they have essential needs, basically urgent, necessary, and things that would be nice to have. As they submit that, it gets compiled into the working document like we talked about. We look at it as a CIP team and try and, if you take it from a division head standpoint, they're looking out for the best interest of their division. The CIP team's looking at it from the best interest of the city as a whole. So sometimes, unfortunately, what might be important for one division head is not necessarily what's important for the city in general. So that could change as it might be a very important thing for that division, but as we look at how much revenue is available, where it's falling, other things that need to be bumped, that prioritization could change. Also, I guess that brings up a good point, is take, for instance, can you scroll up, please, Randy, to any of the enterprise funds? There you go, that's fine right there. Take line 2, the tractor. That's depicted in that budget year, but it's not necessarily set in stone at that point. If that tractor is functioning wonderfully and it doesn't need to be replaced, it can be bumped back. Likewise, if it's having a lot of problems, maintenance issues, and we need to bump it forward, it can do that as well. That being said, there's a cost to every decision that gets made, so if we continue to bump equipment back, pretty soon we're stacking equipment up into certain years, and then we'll have to pay for it all at one fell swoop. So it's best to keep it on track if we can, but not chiseled in stone. Other questions? Or do you have anything else to add, Stephen?
I'll hit on one that, it's been a while since we've discussed it, I think, or even maybe budgeted, but project number 25, which is the flood control.
In streets? Is that?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, yep, so for folks that are following along, page 78, streets, line 25. Continue with your question.
Yeah, that's the one. So, just, I guess, are we sure our projected budget, estimated budget is still very close to that? And what should be bonded in general obligation bonds is correct as we, as you look out year after year after year? Are we sitting in the right spot? And do we know progress in what these obligation bonds are for year after year, especially starting next year, it looks like?
I'll weigh in on that briefly if you want to mentally prepare. Okay, go ahead if you're ready.
The bonding that we're getting prepared to do would be to finalize the design and prepare for construction. The general obligation bonding that would be out there in 25, 6, 26, 27, those are currently the estimates for construction of the improvements. And then 27, 28, those GOs at $515,000, that would be some contingency sitting in the construction contract. And there's a O&M manual that we would need to update as well that's included in that. As we would work through the remainder of the engineering, if the scope of the work that needs to get done is reduced as a function of engineering, then we would be we update those numbers on an annual basis to reflect that.
I missed the question. You were asking about the flood control, correct?
Yeah.
Or the certification and what it's gonna take to fund that?
That's part of that.
Yeah.
And so, the 10 million total, and whether that's still, I guess, we feel comfortable with that, 10.5 million.
Yes, we do.
And these bond issues flow into our long-term financial plan. So you can see what that impact that's projected to have on our property taxes when you look at the long-term financial plan.
I just wanted to make sure we're anticipating somewhere around there and it didn't come in as double that, 20 million or something like that. It's been in the works for 3 years now, probably at least.
It's longer than that.
Yeah, I've been in the works, it probably is 2015-ish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So some
I'm way
time.
off.
One of the things that did come over the last year, as we've been working through, again, the engineering, I think we're in phase 3A, going into 3B. The structure, what we call the control structure, most people would look at it as the railroad structure that crosses the flood control system up north of Benjamin Avenue there, east of First Street. We will have to do some repair work inside that structure, or in the downstream side, the outfall side of that structure is gonna have some repair in there. So I believe our budget went up. I'd have to go back and look. It probably went up $500,000 or more compared to last year as a function of that engineering. But yeah, I ask, one of the processes is I sit down and talk through the project and where we are with Olson, and ask them for an update on estimated costs and construction estimates. And then that is reflected in here.
The flood of 2019 obviously caught a lot of eyes and attention on this. However, this sort of thing was in the works years before that. Good question. Others?
Lyle, what would be an example of other funds?
Let's see, probably like what, donation, I suppose? If there's like Kohler Foundation, Kohler donation for the parks projects. Another good question.
I guess those general obligation bonds that we'd be issuing for the flood control in this year's budget, or in the next few years' budgets, are you calculating that into the overall general fund? And I haven't seen what that payment looks like for those bonds.
Can you repeat that?
The general obligation bonds that'll be issued for the flood control, I mean, could be, right? Obviously, they're general obligation bonds, which are funded out of the general budget, or the general fund. Where are we budgeting for that line item within the
So that will
overall
show
budget?
up in the debt service budget?
Okay. Thank you.
Others? That'll be item 21. Otherwise, I appreciate your time and opportunity.
Thank you. Other comments or discussion, questions on capital projects?
Jim McKenzie. I have a question on following the flow of money in the capital projects fund itself. Under code 39101, it lists Keno funds of $530,000, CIP items of $624,000, and council priority of $150,000. I have a hard time finding exactly what those are used for when I look at the actual details of the capital improvement plan. Is there any, in terms of, for instance, the council priority, I'll pick on that 150,000. When I look at page 78 of the CIP, it shows land acquisition for council priorities of 250,000, designated Tawazuka Park expansion of 192,000, and then $780,000 of unspecified council priority projects. So those are the expenditures in the current fiscal year, but we're transferring in 150,000 according to this, so I'm trying to understand what's going where.
Yeah, so in the CIP, the number is larger because that would include transfers from previous years that haven't been spent yet. And so when we do those transfers, say for, not even talking about council priority, but just for the CIP items in general, it's never a one-for-one transfer. It is, we try to keep that transfer even. every year and just increase it for inflation. And so then we put it in our long-term financial plan and just make sure that if we do this amount every year increase for inflation, and we plug everything in the CIP in there, we will stay positive. So it's not like always transfer 200,000 for a snowplow this year and match it up. It's to keep that transfer even.
And you're referring to general fund revenue transfers, Keno transfers, council priority transfers. You'll have beginning balances, and then you'll spend some each year, and you'll have an ending balance. Try to make sure that ending balance doesn't go below zero. So.
And ending balance where?
It's that ending balance is in the capital projects fund.
Okay. So you're transferring $624,000 of CIP items. Where did that number come from?
Those are the general fund revenues, is that correct, Sheila?
Yes.
And so that's property tax or sales, general fund revenues in total, primarily sales tax, property tax, that type of thing that is transferred to pay for, we've got street items that are big every year. They're probably the lion's share of that general fund transfer, but any of those CIP items that aren't being out of the general fund, that we're not issuing debt for, a lot of the public safety stuff we do public safety tax anticipation bonds for. We're just talking about the stuff that, like loaders and dump trucks, that we fund from general revenues. And we try to, as Sheila mentioned, keep that transfer as constant as we can, just increasing for inflation. And as we buy those big items, make sure that that balance in the capital projects fund for general fund transfers doesn't go below zero.
So there's really no traceability of that amount as to what it's being used to pay for?
Not that particular amount that's transferred in a year, but we can tell you what we have for a beginning balance, what's coming in, and show how that's all spent out over the next 10 years and what the ending balance goes down to. We have a spreadsheet that's dedicated to that.
So you do have the details of what's in there and what it's for?
Yes.
Okay, okay. The other questions I had, landscape master plan, I see we've got that in there again for that, and wayfinding signage of close to $1 million. Again, that's been bumped along. I would hope that we look at that and see what our priorities are and budget that according to priorities versus what it's been carried along at for many years. Land acquisition, I see you've got land acquisition there for $399,000. Do you know what specific land acquisition you're looking for or looking at? Do you have something that earmarked for anything?
Go ahead, Lon.
Which line are we talking about?
Under parks, land acquisition, $250,000 and $149,000.
Yeah, so that's a good question. One of those land acquisitions, the city already has a purchase agreement for a neighboring parcel. Actually, it's depicted there, the name, if you so care to look it up. That's a 10-year deal that was signed a number of years ago where the property owner gets the first right of living there for as long as they choose to until year 10, and then the city gets the opportunity to purchase that. So that amount you see depicted there includes the purchase price and the demolition to bring that parcel to shovel-ready for project expansion. The other one that you're referring to is in the event something else in the neighborhood opens up for possible consideration.
So are those both in the Tawazuka area?
I would say, obviously, the one is, since the other one is currently in negotiation, I would prefer not to say that unless somebody tells me to.
Okay. Number 27, Tazuka heated shop improvements for 50,000. Can you tell me what that is?
Yep. What we've been operating under is a garage at the Elkhorn Lodge for our shop at Taha. And we have moved that into an actual shop. It's basically a pole barn. And so the improvements to that include getting that insulated and heated. So we actually had an actual heated shop instead of a garage. The garage is their break room and an office. And that's what we did this year. And so this next year, we're doing the heated shop.
So are we moving offices out there, or are we just making a nicer shop?
No, we've had an office out there all along.
But I mean, your existing staff that are housed here, are they moving out there?
No,
Okay,
no.
okay, thank you. I see, under the water budget, and this is 25, 26, there's an asphalt walking trail on 37th Street. I was just curious why that would be in a water budget when most of our trails are in the parks budget.
Because they are the adjacent landowner,
Who's the adjacent landowner?
the water department.
Okay, so that's right along their property?
Yeah,
Okay.
that'd be south of Warren Garage Door.
Okay. Another question I have on 29 and 30, underwater again, one of the projects is paid for by utility revenue, and the other is paid for by assessments. Look like both water extensions, so I'm wondering how you make that determination, whether it's paid for by existing revenues or whether it's paid for by assessment.
If it is some sort of a water extension that would have adjacent, which most do, have some sort of an adjacent landowner, then, and we know that's going to be an assessed project, we're now showing that as the cost is being assessed. We haven't just always done that historically. I think we kind of started to show this breakout a couple of years ago. But almost all of our water extensions, if they're smaller residential 8-inch type extensions, 10-inch extensions, usually there is some component of assessment to those projects. So in this case, we seem to be showing that as 100% assessed.
Yeah, the one up above, which is paid for previously, was utility revenue, doesn't show as an assessment, yet they're similar in price. I was just trying to determine what you used to make that distinction.
For 29, is that what you're referring to?
Correct.
Steve, wouldn't the water, I think Jim is, just so I understand what you're referring to, you're 29, the water main on Sherwood Road, Sherwin and 81 to Meadowman's Development? Is that the one you're talking about?
Correct.
That's 646, 272, out about 6 years or so? Is that the one you're referring to compared to the one, number 30, which is split, looks like between 2 years, and that's for the extending water service to Portia Place?
Correct.
So I don't know, this is probably a question for Chad and Steve to explain it fully, but the water service is to extend service to the property owners up there, whereas the main would be a main that the city would be either installing or replacing as part of our primary service. Isn't that the difference between those, Steve?
That is a potential difference there for those that, if we're just putting 29 in as a function of looping that system out there, generally we would carry that until somebody taps into it, and then we charge them that connection fee. It's a little bit more of a rural section out there. There aren't necessarily a lot of homeowners along that section. So right now, we're showing that as a user revenue, potentially a user revenue funded project. Whereas 30, that particular project would be driven by the local residents as a function of need. And when we put that together, just based on the density of adjacent properties, we would assess that.
Okay, thank you.
It's real likely, by the time we get out to 2030, 2031, based on other development that might occur out there, that as we would get closer to that, that could turn into an AS.
Okay. The reason I asked that question is I looked at a lot of the revenue bonds that are coming forth in the future budgets here on water and sewer, and they're significant, and the rate increases are significant, and so just trying to understand how we're making those determinations. Thank you.
Anyone else? Questions or comments, discussion? Okay. If not, I would look for a motion to approve recommendation of the capital projects budget.
I'll make a motion to approve the capital CIP budget.
Motion second. If no further discussion, please vote.
All council members present voting in the affirmative, motion carries.
All right, item 11, recommendation of the administration budget. This recommendation was tabled at the July 1st budget review session. Andy, you want to give us some background on this, please?
Sure.
We'll need to untable it first.
Do I hear a motion to remove from the table?
I'll make a motion to remove from the table.
Second.
A motion second, please vote.
All council members present voting in the affirmative, motion carries.
Andy, some background, please.
So on July 1st, we did talk about the admin budget, and a big part of the conversation came down to North Fork Area Transit and that contribution that has been requested for next year. I do see that we have some representatives from the Transit Board here to present that, so I think as far as they're part of that, we can give them the opportunity to present an update on their operations. Just for a reminder, the budget did include, as it was presented, $100,000, keeping that amount consistent. To summarize some of the discussion we had last time, the request was increased to $125,000, and that was for their federal match that they've got for their overall budget, was to increase that to $125,000. So most of the conversation was about the $25,000 difference, if we do go to that or not. One of the ideas we did have to fund that so that we didn't have to change their overall budget or increase it was to reduce the amount for the Arts Council that goes towards that, and then use that amount to pay for the difference to transit, to increase the $25,000.
So the only increase is 25,000, not 125,000.
Yeah, so there was another increase that was proposed in a letter that we did get from Transit. That was to restart the forklift program, that there was some interest in that. So they might be able to speak more to that, but that was an additional $122,000 in addition to the 125. But I know there was some discussion since then, and even at the meeting, that maybe that is just an idea, but not something that was an official ask, but that would probably be answered better by the Transit Board.
At this point, we'd welcome the Transit Board to come forward.
Thank you, Mayor and
Afternoon.
Council. My name is Lacey Kimes. I am Board President for North Fork Area Transit. Hopefully I can answer whatever questions you have today. Thanks for inviting us. You're right, Andy, that our In that letter that was presented for the additional 122,000 to restart specifically Route 2 of forklift, the most popular, most used route of forklift. That is not a hard ask in that letter. That is just to rather start some conversation, give you some information on what we're hearing from our community. The community's been pretty vocal to our board and towards the nonprofit about needing that route back in our community. So not a hard ask, just wanting to give some information on that. Some other things that maybe I can add to the letter that was presented to you. We are in year 2 of operations since reopening in April of 2023. We are smaller, but we are confident in our processes and in our board as well. And along those lines, where we are today, our general manager continues to work with Nebraska Department of Transportation on submittals for timely reimbursements. 2024 has a much quicker turnaround than what we were seeing in 2023, which is really, really reassuring to us. We continue to have active board members to assist with fundraising events. I don't know if you're going to find another board locally and in Northeast Nebraska that is as active and as driven and motivated to just make sure that this service is here for Norfolk and for Northeast Nebraska. Very, very resilient board, and I'm very proud to say that of the board members that we have. We do have our annual audit that's underway and should be completed in the fall of 2024. Currently, we are only servicing about 60 to 70% of the calls that we are getting in for transportation needs. And so with that, we're having to turn down about 30 to 40% of ride requests that are coming in daily. Biggest reason is because we don't have the funding to service all those ride requests. Of course, for every request that comes in, we have to have a driver, we have to have a vehicle. And through our numbers that I can share with you, you can see that the service is very much needed in Norfolk and Northeast Nebraska, and we can only service with the funding that we have. As far as numbers that I can share with you for ridership, to kind of help you compare, so in 2023, we only were in service for 9 months. We only had 9 months of service because we opened in April. And so in those 9 months of service, we had a total of 29,597 trips. So far in 2024, so we are just through 6 months of service, we are already at 24,297 trips. So in what we did in 9 months in 2023, we are very close to doing that in the 6 months that we've completed in 2024. And we are consistently turning down rides. Our board recognizes that we are a transit provider. That's what we do. We provide transit based on the need. So through conversations, meetings with different entities, meetings with folks in our community that utilize the service, meetings with employers who have employees that utilize the service, we start to identify the need. And then after we've identified the need, then we need to start locating the funding to be able to service that need. And our goal always is to provide safe, reliable, affordable transportation but we can only do that with the funding that we have. Budget request for the city then, you can see through the letter that we did request $125,000. That would be 1/3 of our local match that we are required to get in order to continue to get state and federal dollars. The other 2/3 of our local match, approximately $250,000, would be from United Way, our intercity bus administration revenue that we get, Great Dane, the Norfolk Area Community Foundation, and other anonymous and local donations that we've received. Because we are still working hard to move out of the tragedy that we had happen in 2022, and we are a board of volunteer members of our community. As volunteers, we're working the hardest, the best we can to locate this funding, but you can imagine it's difficult. It's difficult to have those hard conversations with people in our community that they were just as affected by the tragedy as we were. But I feel like, I know we are heading in the right direction to continue to provide the needed service that we have to have here in Norfolk. We got an eye-opening and we got a first-class look of what happens when we don't have public transportation here in our community. We saw that when we were shut down for 3 months, and it was devastating. And we definitely don't want to go back to that. What questions can I answer for you? If I don't have the answer, I can try to get the answer for you.
You mentioned just a minute ago that the 1/3 private match or public match to make your federal dollars possible. You said 125 is right in there, is that 1/3?
Correct.
Okay.
The city's
Right,
125,000,
right. Because
correct.
we're traditionally doing, we were doing 100 here, just last time we did 100. So then what you're saying is your business's model has grown as such that you've increased by that 25,000, but.
Correct. Again, through conversations that we've had with the community, with different entities, we've identified what the need is, and in order to meet that need, we do need to increase it. Our turn down rate, of course, we don't want to have to turn down rides, but it is much higher than what we would like to see it at this point. But we can't provide the rides if we don't have the funding.
So when it comes to, is it called an interlocal match? Is that what it's called? What's the terminology for that 125,000 ask?
A local match.
Local match. So,
Yeah.
but that's a local match, not just including the city, right?
Correct.
It could be what?
It can be private donations, it can be grants, it can be foundations.
So is that the whole 100, or is there more? You like trying 125,000, and you're like on an 80-20 deal with the, right? It's 80-20 split?
Yeah,
So
about.
125 brings you 500, right? From the.
Correct.
So that's a $725,000 essentially
Yes.
budget.
Yes.
Okay, so that 125 then would be, it can be broke up through whomever, but are you at a point where you're out overgrown the 125, where you're bringing other matches from other places, and the figure you're asking is just the city's portion, or is that the portion you need overall to ask for? Does that make sense?
I think, Shane, you're asking the growth
Yeah.
projection that you're trying to reach.
Right.
Is coming from the city's ask, or is it being shared with the
Right.
total ask
Yes.
within the local match?
I understand.
Yeah.
It would definitely be shared.
Okay, because we want to get to a point where, say you grow this thing to something above and beyond what you were before everything happened. You get to then it's a point that the 1/3 ask is to be 300, 400, and we're sitting up here each year and goes from 125 to 150, 150 to 175,
Yeah.
so it's like we need to find a place to start and stop.
Yep.
And then where you go from there is kind of up to what you guys can do with your ask amongst community leaders and people involved in our community.
And I definitely understand what you're saying, and I think that's a really good point, because as a board, as we are going out into the community and we're talking to community members and business owners and supporters, this isn't just about having the buy-in of the city. We need the buy-in of our community. We need our community as a whole to understand the importance of this service. So as we're having those conversations and as we're telling that we need to continue to grow because the need is there, that responsibility would not just be put on the city. That needs to be shared within our community.
That initial 100,000, that was in the budget that we were to approve, then it came back to us at 125. What was that, the revenue to finance that expense of 100,000? Where did you figure that out? Was that just general fund, or was that from council priority dollars, or was what funding source was initially gonna hit that?
It's just out of admin, general fund.
Just general? Okay.
And just for background, the match that the city's given historically has come from the admin.
General fund.
General fund
I had a
budget.
question on that. The first couple of years, I think the ask to get the program off the ground was 122 to 125. Was that what it was from the city as part of the local match?
I think that sounds right.
Yeah. So this would be returning essentially to what an original ask was when the program started.
That was originally we were in a multi-year contract though, because I think we started at 100 and then we had a multi-year contract. And I believe the numbers would be about 124,000 as of this year, this budget season right now. So the ask of 125 is what we would be, we're in our third year of our multi-year contract.
If we had maintained the original contract.
Right.
Yes. Yep. Good. Yep.
So Lacey, I do have a question on the reimbursable expenses that you submit. I know there's a little bit of a lag time, a month or two, if I'm correct. What percentage are you actually getting reimbursed for the funds that you are submitting?
You mean if we submit 50,000, are we getting 50,000 back? It's pretty darn close, Frank. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to tell you the details on that. That's more of our general managers. She'd be better able to answer that. But as a board, for instance, we just got notification that we will be receiving February's reimbursement. And I think it was only $2,000 off as to what she submitted and what we're getting back. It's pretty close. Okay, sure. Yeah.
Do I have to sign it? Yeah. I just want to add a quick clarification. My name's Patty Skokon, and I'm the vice president of the board currently. But I realize I have to sign in. Hang on here. So I just wanted to, you're probably all aware, but I didn't know if a piece of your question was what do we get back? We get 80% for operating costs. So if we submit an expense for fuel or for wages or whatever, we can receive 80% for the operating piece, and if it's administrative, there are some costs that we get 95% back. So if you look at the 125,000 that the board would be contributing, that is probably going to be about 5% of our budget. So you're bringing in 95% more dollars overall to our community, because we're going to get the rest of that local match, as she was saying, from other entities. So, it's 374,978, so almost 375,000, and then you would be doing paying a third of that. And then that is our local match, but we also bring in fares, and we also, from riders, and then we also bring in donations from private industry or private persons. So then that makes up the total match. So I don't know if that made it more confusing or less, but I just want to make sure you understood the 80 and 95% when we submit it. And then Lacey's answer was, we're getting back what we're supposed to get now. We're submitting and we're getting those percentages back now, where for a while, there were lots of issues that we had to wait on and had to resubmit, and now it's a pretty good process now.
But just getting back February's expenses right now doesn't sound like it's terribly efficient. I mean, if you...
Well, it takes a while. I mean, it's not efficient like you get it back like that. I mean, it can take a couple months for sure.
Yeah, I've always heard there's a month or two.
It has taken 3, and I don't know what the longest is, but it has taken 3 months for sure, which is a long time to wait, so we...
Which is, though, pretty standard for other transit
Correct.
systems in the
Yep.
state, right?
And even for nonprofits in general, I've worked for different nonprofits for 15 years, and for us to be receiving a February reimbursement, and we just went into July, it's actually pretty quick. Sadly, that's pretty quick. I've been with other nonprofits where we've been almost 12 months behind. No fault of the nonprofit, that's just how the system works, unfortunately. We feel very confident that our general manager, our board of directors, is submitting as quickly as we can and as accurately as needs to be. And to be in February, we feel good about that.
So, Lacey, you said you're currently able to provide rides of just 60 to 70% of the requests that you get total, correct?
That's correct.
And I also understand that the ask is not a hard ask for the flex route, that was a discussion starter that was expressed to us. But I'm wondering operationally, is that the interest in starting up the flex route again to help meet some of that unmet demand right now? Would that be met through the flex route? Partially?
Partially. Yes. So in June, we just had our strategic planning, our vision session as a board of directors. And like I said before, we seek what the need is in the community, and we discuss that as a board. And we are hearing over and over from our community that they need flex route, specifically Route 2. And so when we met for our strategic planning last month, we discussed that a lot. And what it comes down to is funding. We know the need is there, but we are very committed to providing the service as long as the funding has to be there.
Right. And to that end, can you characterize, of the rides requested today, what are they being used for primarily? We've had this discussion, people getting to work, to medical appointments, shopping, all those things. Has that stayed consistent? Can you?
Yeah, we can confidently say that a third would be employment, a third would be medical, and a third would be youth, kind of split between youth, shopping, recreational. Pretty confident in that data. The amount of youth that we are having to turn down for rides is really, really high.
Are those rides to school during the school year in some instances?
Very few.
Few, okay.
We have to turn down many.
So I guess, I'm asking, do you get requests for rides to school during the
Lots.
school year? Yeah.
Lots.
Okay. I'll finish out that line of questions then. A third employment, a third medical, a third youth, which a lot is education. You have some sponsors in the medical community, correct, that have provided to the local match?
We have.
You have, but not necessarily currently have?
Correct.
Lined up again for this year?
We're having those conversations.
Okay.
Some of those businesses, the question back to us is, would you bring back a flex route? If we would write a check, would you bring back a flex route then? Because that would help our folks get to medical appointments. And so again, bringing that back as a board and, okay, we're hearing that that's what the need is in the community. Now, how do we make that need happen?
What about educational partners? I know there was discussion at one time back and forth with Norfolk Public Schools. Is the door open to any further discussions on that or reevaluation of their support?
We have talked about that as a board. We're primarily starting to have conversations with Northeast Community College. That's on Route 2, the flex route that we want to bring back. And so we would start there. We have started there, I should say.
Okay.
I don't know, I was gone for a minute, but so of those, local matches, right, you're bringing in close to 375 now, so 250 is coming from other places beside the city. Did you already say that, or?
Yes.
Okay, I just missed that part, I guess.
Yep, you're good.
All right, thanks.
Any other questions?
So I guess right now, Josh, the reason it got brought back is because it's the 25,000. We essentially talked about the 100, it's the 25, how we're gonna fund I don't think anybody's I don't know if we're in disagreement or agreement about the 25, but we're trying to figure out a funding source for the 25,000. I think that's where we're at now.
Yeah, yep, that's where we're at. I think unless there's any other questions of the board members here,
I do have one more. So Route 2, this flex route, what's your anticipated cost on that for the year?
So annually, 486,000 for Route 2 to
Okay.
operate on flex route.
So 486,000, and you're asking for an additional 25 from the city, which means you're gonna get an additional 50,000 from your other 2/3 sources. It might,
That won't be for the flex route.
In order to bring back flex Route 2, annually, it would cost 486,000. Our ask to the city would be the 122,000, which would be the match required for that.
122,000 in addition to the 100 you're asking for now.
100.
That's
125.
the conversation that
Okay.
we brought up.
Two separate things.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Which you're not necessarily prepared to make the ask for the flex route today.
Yes.
Okay.
That is
That
correct.
is something that you're working toward in the
Yes.
future potentially.
That was a big part
So
of
then
our
why is the
discussion last
request
month.
not 100? Why is it 122 today?
It's,
Or
it was
125?
125 for the basic
That's a
operating
third
plan.
of the local match for what we're currently, the services we're currently operating.
Okay.
Okay.
All right, thank
Lacey,
you.
That
did you
helps.
say that you gave rides of 24,000, almost 24,300 rides as of today, this year, in 2024,
Trips, yes,
without the new flex routers, which.
yes,
So that,
That's 50,000 rides a year that people need.
yes.
yeah, we're doing more than 2,000 rides a month, which is,
Thank
a
you.
lot.
and that's 60 to 70% of what's being asked for.
Yeah.
That's eye-opening, yeah.
Wow.
Big part of the conversation when we talk with local people and entities is making sure that they understand the need. Most don't understand the need, especially if you don't use the service. You know, you wouldn't understand it. Not your fault. But it is a big eye-opener when and these are, we can 100% say as a board, these are real, true numbers. We can confidently say that as a board.
That's very
Thank
helpful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So Shane, back to your comments. Yes, that's what got us here, this discussion about the difference between the request of 125 for the operational budget this year versus what's been budgeted currently at 100,000. So, and I would just say this, I mean, this is my opinion for what it's worth. I think it's clearly demonstrated what the need is in the community. Transit's done a lot of work. A lot of volunteer board members have done a lot of restoration work on the system to get it operational efficiently, and still is not at a place where it's serving all the demand that there is. So you see transit systems in other places across the state. In a lot of cases, they're either run directly by a city or very heavily assisted by a local government to meet that local match to get to the federal dollars. So I would be supportive certainly of finding the 125 to meet the request. Today, I would say I don't know that it's necessary to find exactly where that money comes from. I think it's something we can ask staff to do, given where we are in this budget session. We're not passing or adopting a finalized budget today, but we're adopting a framework that does allow for some flexibility, and I think we have a pretty creative staff that if we need to find $25,000 for a pressing community need, I think that's possible. Just my 2 cents.
Mayor, I would concur with you 100% on that. I think the 125 is probably a necessary amount for this, because the transit is very vital for the travel for the people that need it. I just don't want to take them from one particular source at this time. I'd like to just at least see that worked on, I guess, but I'm in support of the 125. I just don't want to come out of any particular fund at this time.
Yeah. Well, and Andy or Randy, it'd be interesting to get your opinion too on potential sources for where that might come from. Council priority is one of those that potentially could be looked at.
So the rationale from trying to hold tight to the line was really based on the police station. I think if the voters approve the local option sales tax, once that is on the ballot, we would be wanting to start construction sooner rather than later on that, which would mean we'd have to front some money for payments until sales tax would start coming in, because that would not come in on the first day. It would be about 6 months or so before there'd be money coming from the state for that sales tax. So the intent was to try to have as much cash on hand as possible for that, and certainly council priority dollars is one of those. So I think I'm okay if we want to look at council priority for this year, and I think next year, when we have this budget, we'll have a much better idea of kind of where we are once we get past this coming November. We get past, knowing what the voters would approve for the police station. We'll have a better picture of that. Then we can see if that's something we can then place in the admin budget then. So maybe for this next fiscal year, I'm okay with looking at council priority for this $25,000 to help put that towards transit's ask.
And is it then possible with this, since the underlying discussion point here is the admin budget that we tabled last week, in that situation then, would it be appropriate to amend that budget to include the full 125 ask and then task staff to look at the source of that 25, including the potential of council priority?
I guess the easiest thing, so we can leave with some direction, would be to change the admin budget and have some 25,000 of council priority go into admin, to make sure that that's listed there as a funding source for that other 25,000.
I think it's one of the funding sources, right?
Well, there's 100,000 is already in.
Right, but
in the admin budget, so the 25 would come in from council priority, would be my recommendation.
Or what we talked about earlier with the art board, I don't.
Well, that's
I know.
That's
I'm
another
just bringing it up.
discussion, that's a discussion among all of you, whether or not you want to move from.
The only reason I bring that up
from
is
one
because
to another one.
when it came to economic development's budget with the county, when the county didn't care for the beginning balance of that budget, wanted to change the way we did the funding. I think some of the constituents out there agree with that, maybe that the beginning balances, sometimes these organizations that we help, we donate to, we need to be aware of that moving forward, if they're holding on to cash and they're asking for donations, how that works. And I understand that within their budget, a lot of that stuff's spoken for, that they've got, long-term, they're looking at different projects, but even then, it would be nice to have that spelled out in front of us so that we can make those decisions. So that's all. That's the only reason I bring that up, so.
Well, it is up to the council to provide direction if it's determined that the $125,000 ask is.
Well, I think it'd be most helpful for staff if we knew where we stood on that now, so we're not talking about it later. I think we can get this ironed out.
So you're asking for 125,000 approval versus the 100, but we don't identify the funding source today.
Yeah, so, if we're okay with that, and then the funding source would be council priority for this fiscal year, this next fiscal year that we're talking about right now. But if we want to change another line item, as what Councilman Clausen had mentioned, we'd like to know that now, so we're not bringing a budget in September, and then we're talking about it then.
Makes us
I
a
guess
little
is
more
what I-
challenging, is I don't think we've had that council priority budget discussion yet, have we, in terms of what
Well, I
what
think
is in
that
there?
with council priority dollars, one of the things we were talking about, like just you opened up the statement with, was for the police station and being able to fund the beginning balance. And the only thing that would do, if you lower that 25, then you'll be drawing more out of our fund balance, if that's the case. So it's either find additional source for the 25 and help fund the police station, but you'll be coming up at 25 out of the beginning balance or your fund balance that we just looked at earlier, that more of those dollars will be contributed towards the first year and a half of construction until they can start getting on their feet with the tax roll rolling. And that's only if the voters approve that, so.
Correct.
So if you're willing to
But that was
do
my,
that, I guess.
That was my question. Do we have a projection of council priority dollars within this budget? Are they all being included towards police station, or is there a breakdown?
The only obligation, and I don't have it right in
That
front of
hasn't been
me,
determined.
Rainey and Sheila could help me out with this, but I think the new one we have for council priority is the senior center, because that has been an ongoing discussion for quite a while over the better part of this last fiscal year, and that was some direction we received from council members for some support to them. Sheila's looking at her sheet. I don't remember the ongoing obligations we have right now for council priority, but she can fill you in.
Well, I can tell you that there's 780,000 of undesignated council priority dollars. So that's after the 50,000 for the senior center, those other items with the park land acquisition.
All right. I think there's, a clear direction is needed, and somebody needs to make some kind of motion. I think if we're operating from a place that we all think the 125 is a reasonable request for this year for transit, my point at the beginning was we can provide some direction, whether it's council priority dollar or another source. We have some time to do that, correct?
Yeah, if it's council priority, we can budget that in at any time. It's just nice to know that now, so we can build the 125,000 into the admin budget.
But you had asked to clarify, for clarification, is within this scope of how we run this meeting, is there a way to take a vote on council priority dollars using to fund the 25 right now? Or or using 25 out of the,
That's the
Arts
question.
Council?
That is the discussion the council needs to have,
Just
and then
just
make
have
a
it right now, say
determination.
yes, I'm in favor of doing that, or no,
I would
I'm
say
not in favor of
that's
that.
just, otherwise, we're just delaying this until later,
Yeah.
and then we can move forward.
So I don't know how that works as far as motion goes, or where we're at with that
Well,
process, but.
I would like to make an additional comment on that. So I'd rather take 3% of one particular budget than 100% of the other one. So.
That's fair.
It's 25's their entire budget. That's 100% of it.
But they've got 69,000 sitting in there. 59?
Well, if you want to go back to beginning balances, there was a lot of departments here that had some pretty big beginning balances.
But those are departments, not entities outside of the city, which obviously we kind of got in a little bit of a situation with the county when it came to ED and their funding. I'm just saying I think people kind of are leery of big beginning balances within organizations that we kick money to. That's all. But I like the arts.
I think somebody should make a motion, then we vote on something, probably.
I think it'd make more sense to make a motion to use council priority dollars at this point in time, and then that way you know where you're at. So I'd make the motion to use council priority dollars to fund the 25,000. And if you vote no on that, or you vote yes, if you're voting yes on that, you're in support of the 25. If you vote no, you're not. You're in support of, I guess, more digging into how to find it or fund it. So, does that make sense as a motion? Okay.
Yeah, I've got approval of the administration budget with the following changes. Budget 125,000 for Norfolk area transit. The additional $25,000 coming from council priority dollars.
Suggest that. Yeah, all right, motion and second. Any further discussion? If not, please vote.
I'd like to make a comment. If I could.
We're going to take the vote because the vote's been called for, but you can comment if you'd like afterwards.
Voting in the affirmative, McCarthy, Granquist, Arns, Snorton, Hildebrand, Murin. Voting on opposition, Webb and Clausen. Motion carries.
Okay, motion carries. If it's still relevant to what you want to say, you're welcome to talk, otherwise we'll move on.
Clayton Ellsworth. This transit deal, I think that you've got so many taxpayers in this city, but if you look at the taxpayers that you're representing here, I would like to know what percentage of rides is not taxpayers. In other words, we've got a massive amount of apartments here that basically are being subsidized by the taxpayers. And, you know, this issue has not been brought out very good. And somehow the funds that the transit's getting is all taxpayers' money. It's coming from the federal government, the state government, or our government. And it's spent sometimes like there's no limit to it. And what's going to happen, you pass everything that comes along, and then tomorrow they're going to come in and they're going to say, well, wait a minute, we need a building. And now you're talking another 500,000. Where's it going to come from? And it's not that I'm not for the transit, because all you got to do is watch a handicapped person being loaded in and out of that transit, and you really feel it's a must. So it's not that I'm against the transit, but I think it's some points that need to be considered. But we have all kinds of these nonprofit organizations that love money, but none of them are totally responsible in the fact that they don't give us an accounting. They might give it to a few, but just like this last occasion, we still have never seen a real accounting of the last mess up. So,
Sir, I would
my
suggest
opinion.
those transit board members are right here in the room, about 10 feet away from you. I'm sure they'd be happy to talk to you about where you can find that budget, because I think they clearly demonstrated today they know where the dollars are, and those dollars are being put to good use to help people.
Okay.
And they'll talk to you directly, face to face.
That's fine.
Thank you.
But I've made my comments. Thank you.
All right, we're going to take a 5-minute break and then move on to the second half of the budget review session. We'll be back here in about 4:05. Thank you. The budget review session agenda, that is recommendation of the ARPA budget. And to hear background on that, we'll hear from Sheila Rios, City Finance Office. Sheila.
Yeah, so in the ARP fund, we've been working on getting these funds spent before the deadline. The funds have to be obligated by December 31st, 2024, and spent by December 31st, 2026. So in the fiscal year that we're in, fiscal year 23-24, we've been doing a number of projects. The Parks Master Plan is finishing up. We made a $50,000 contribution to the land bank and an $80,000 contribution to the senior center. We replaced pool heaters and upgraded technology. We entered into a contract for street improvements. The restrooms at the fire station are being remodeled. We also have plans to do a fire needs assessment study. So the only thing that we have budgeted in fiscal year 24-25 is the grit removal building project. A contract for this project was approved in June. So the total amount budgeted in the ARP fund is $1,389,000, and that is all for the grit project.
Thank you, Sheila. Does that pretty much then close out ARPA funding for the city of Norfolk, or are there any other projects that would
Yeah,
receive
that
funding
would,
moving
that
forward?
would use all the funds. in our-
Okay.
Mhm.
Any other questions for Sheila?
So I'll add in here. So one of the things that we were not able to get done, so if you look back at last year's, or the current fiscal year's budget, we did have admin, building, security, and ADA upgrades. We were not able to, just for time and being able to get it done, to get an RFP and everything on the street for that. That $100,000, if you'll see that from last year, we have nothing in there. Well, that money is carried forward. So since we have to have that under contract to be spent by the end of this year, doesn't have to be spent by the end of this year, but has to be under some kind of agreement to be spent. We are looking to split that for a couple of different purposes, and I'll review that with you now. So for the $100,000, I am proposing we take $50,000 of that and give for another year of funding for the land bank for ARPA. And then for that remaining $50,000, and I've been in conversations with Chief Rogge and Chief Miller about the importance of looking into the future for our facilities, particularly in public safety. There's been a lot of conversations, a lot of concerns about increased rail traffic, growth of the community, where our homes going, where's our commercial growth going. And so that's prompted the conversation, and I believe the Citizens Committee also talked about this a little bit about, what's the future for a fire station look like? The city's annexations and future growth areas. And so I'm proposing that we take $50,000 of that, and we just pay a consultant, the same consultant that has worked on the fire station, our police station here. He's the chief architect that was started that. Well, he also does and works in some studies, so it'd just be a study, looking at call volume, looking at numbers, looking at kind of where we are, where we're going, growth areas, to try to find out what does that look like, where would we need a future fire station, where does that make sense? So we're not building a fire station. We're not planning to build one right now today. That is not something that's on our list, but we want to be able to have the data at hand once that day comes and the community is ready to do that. So part of that research and data gathering would be to identify some of those strengths, weaknesses, where does it make sense, again, looking at the data, call volumes and things like that, and to have a consultant help us with that, similar to what they did for the police station needs. So I would be looking to spend $50,000 on that study, and then that would close out the funds that we've got available in ARPA.
Thank you, Andy. Any questions on that?
And I got a question. So if you had a study done, how long do those studies typically stay relevant? I mean, so if you have a study now and it says, yeah, you need a new this is what you need to plan and put it, and then all of a sudden, 10 years from now, Norfolk takes off in a different direction, and then you just waste money on it because
I don't know that I'd see it as a waste, Councilman. I would see it more as you just got to keep it current. So if you have growth and data that changes, but you would at least have the base study for that, and then that could be changed as the community grows. We've got our comp plan. We've got, we know where our infrastructure is built out right now, and I think that's going to be telling for our future growth. So I'd maintain that it would be relatively easy, at least for everything we know today, to be able to do that with being able to depend on that data for some time. Similar to how our utility master plans are. I mean, really, your growth of the community in the future is all based on that. It's all based on land use, comp plan, utility master plans, and things like that, is to show you where your capacity is for your community, and also the landscape.
When you're Is this just primarily for a fire station, or is this a public service building where it could be shared between fire and police?
It could be an option to be shared. I mean, we're not really getting into the nuts and bolts of a building
Okay.
right now.
Yep.
That's not really what this is.
Okay,
I
fair
think the
enough.
priority of the community is, police station, we've got, those are the priorities we have. But the questions have been asked, even of council, with increased rail traffic, the community's split, there's call concerns and response times and things like that. I think we're just trying to stay ahead of the curve. And I think from our standpoint, that might be a good use of some of these one-time funds to get that first initial study out. But again, that's up to council. If that's not something you want to entertain right now, we do have streets that need to be repaired as well.
Can I go back the other way on the admin building security and ADA accessibility upgrades? Is it, obviously they were budgeted in there, not met with a contract yet, but if they were in there, there obviously must have been some sort of need. So where does that fall into place later on in budgets, and
Well,
if not now, when?
yeah.
How's
Yeah,
that?
and I think we tried to look at this as a staff of, this isn't something that's urgent. Yes, it is. There's nothing urgent right now driving that. It would be something we need to look at as a city to do, but I think there's other needs that we've got, at least for the time being. The reason for the ARPA is that we have to have it obligated, and I don't think we could have everything it takes to get that put together for an admin building, security and everything that it takes to get that by the end of this year, comfortably, at least. So that would be so not that it's not important, it's just for this specific funding source, it's not. That's something we can do. Now, again, with everything kind of in flux for this current year with, the police station, I know I keep bringing that up, but that is an important need for the community and council. I think next year, as we're doing our budget, we'll have a much better picture of being able to maybe put that back in somewhere and see if we can put that in general funds, if we can take it out of some other source. But that's the reason for maybe holding off on that, at least right now, and then putting it towards other uses that are some other things that I've heard in the community and among council members as being a concern as well.
And I think I would add that obviously we're hoping to have something come up on the ballot in November and pass. But the second biggest thing we hear about is streets. So if not police, then why not streets and just 100 grand there?
Right, and
If it's not gonna be towards what we allocated it for, we should probably put it towards something that we have the biggest need for.
Well, that's kind of like what
And I think as a staff, we're perfectly fine with that, having it go towards streets. I think Steve's got plenty of work he could even do straight away for 50,000 of street repairs.
I guess I'd throw this out. I personally would prefer to see this go to the police station or the fire station study. As Andy mentioned, we're gonna be bisected here more frequently with other train traffic now, as a function of the soy crush plant. That's a 5-minute, potentially a 5-minute block, to get to the east side of the community. I think if we could identify a potential zone for a future fire station to go into as opportunity develops as a function of growth, and we know that there's a need for something, then we can work with that developer and try and secure, a site for that. Without knowing, we're shooting in the dark as we continue to see development on the east side. And, I think it'd be good for us to know what the most desirable zone is for a future police station over there. That's my personal thought.
But isn't it pretty logical to say, we need one of these side of town? I mean, I'm just saying, I'm just trying to look at this study, like, okay, so you got a third of your population lives here, a third lives here, a third lives here, you got a railroad going here, you got a station on the west side, east side. So I just answered your study for you right there. I'm not trying to get.
No, that's fine.
Without knowing the
there's-
inner workings of what that study's gonna take, like if we would know, like, they're gonna do this. I think it's better to say, you have till December 24th, right, to allocate the 50,000?
100,000.
No, because 50, they've already, 50, they've
Don't
talked
have
about
to.
going land bank. Okay, so you have till December 24th why not have a real deep discussion over the 100 grand? Then, you know, why we're working towards December 24th and just get it out of, you just know you've got it now, but I'm not 100% sure. I would like to know what a study for a fire.
Yeah, so I
mean,
think, yeah.
If
So-
everybody in this room looked at Norfolk right now, they say, yeah, you need one on the east side of town. Why do we just pay 50,000?
So for our purposes as a staff too, knowing how big that would need to be, how many shifts we need to have, how many firefighters would need to be on the shift.
Right.
What are the call volumes based on future housing projections? What's our zoning like? And how does that all tie together as a larger budget discussion as well? Would be nice to plan for the future for that. So I think that was a bigger part of that, is to have somebody help us with that. But again, those are things we can budget for into the future, you know,
Right.
going another year or two out, we can see where we are, and that,
Well, I think-
these were just ideas.
I'm just saying that I think of the council,
Yeah.
the scope of work and what went into that study, it'd be a lot different than talked about right now. So what I'm saying is, let's not allocate those to anything unless, or you could, but you just know they're there. Staff knows they're there and they can bring it up to
They
us.
do have to be dispersed, I believe.
They have to be under
December.
agreement to be spent
By the
on a
time-
specific purpose by the end of this year.
Yeah.
So are we suggesting maybe just to allocate all of it towards streets? Is that kind of what I'm hearing?
I'm suggesting to leave it open for discussion and not cram it into a city council budget meeting where we just heard about it right now.
Well,
When
or
we need to know
You know what I'm
what,
saying?
what are we, I guess as a staff, we'd like to know what
So
that
you-
money
you-
should
you-
go
You
towards.
brought up two ideas for it. We've had the discussion that maybe it should go to roads. We've had discussion, 50,000 to land bank, 50,000 to the, so you know, you've got a pretty good idea. What, you guys have already said two things that you want. Steve said what he would like to see it go to. But I'm saying, wouldn't you rather just have a good discussion about that later, like, you know, and then we can make a solid recommendation where to go
Right.
before we start awarding contracts, different things that we haven't really had good discussion about?
I see your point, Shane. I also see Andy's point in that these occasions when we're all together to discuss this stuff don't happen all that often. And so it is one of those moments now, I think, to determine. The other unique thing about this is that there is that closing window in December. Like it's got to be signed up for and a plan in place. I'm all for streets. I love the idea of that, but I don't know. I would ask Steve, our Public Works Director, what kind of drop in the bucket is 50,000 going to be for streets right now?
Well, that would be, you know, I think everybody's generally familiar with a map we prepared on intersections, about $4.5–5 million worth of intersections that need to be improved. So that 50,000 could do one or two intersections that need to be approved in terms of scope.
Yeah. And if we had gone through with the $2.5 million in streets bonding that was in last year's budget, we could have got a lot more than 50,000.
I would make a mention too that these ARPA funds are restricted again so it's not any idea that they can be used for. I do like the idea of the land bank because I do think they are going to run out of money with their demolitions. So the fact that this actually is eligible under ARPA funds, I do like the land bank portion of it being used because otherwise we're going to have to fund that particular fund from some other money. Whether that ask comes 2 months or 6 months from now, but they're gonna run out of money to maintain that. So I personally kinda like the 50 here, but I'm with Shane too. It's kinda the first time we've heard about it. I'm not so sure there aren't other ideas that are out there. I would say 50 land bank, 50 streets, even though that's a drop in the bucket.
Something else the council should probably be aware of regarding the land bank. We had a proposal come forward here in the last several weeks regarding a piece of property that it's 1109 Nebraska. We have $15,000 approximately against for special assessments related to demo of a house. One of the adjacent property owners has bought the tax certificates for that. And some disagreement as to whether or not the tax deeds cancel out our specials or not. It's kind of a complicated portion of the tax law. There's different cases that seem to be pointing in different directions. But he had proposed that if we would be willing to forego the interest on that, which would bring the principal on it's $13,120.01. He would donate that much money to the land bank, and we would write off our specials. I think the reason the land bank came up was because we were talking to him about this in negotiations. We said that would probably be a good use of that lot, would be to, and if the city got it, would be to give it to the land bank. So we suggested, well, if you will write off your specials, if we go over that extra $2,185 of interest, he would make a donation to the land bank, and we would forgive the specials. So that's another $13,120 that the land bank could potentially get indirectly from the city if this goes through.
So the 50,000 that we were considering for donation to the land bank earlier in these discussions was intended out of this ARPA fund the whole time? Or is this on top of the 50?
This would be on
Top.
This
Okay.
doesn't have
That's
anything
what
directly to do
that's what I
with
thought
ARPA
when you were
funds,
talking
but I
there, I was
thought
like,
it
wait a
was
second.
relevant to the discussion, because that's another 13,000
Okay.
indirectly that the city would be given to the land bank. Or if anybody has objections to doing it that way, let us know, because the tax sale comes up July 15th. That's when the person who's owes the delinquent taxes has to redeem it. If it's not done by then the party that holds the tax sales certificates, which is a neighbor, would get a tax deed to that lot, a treasurer's deed.
Yeah, Gary, any clarification on that, please? Yeah.
Mayor, council, representing the land bank again, we do have a request for the 50,000 we did at our last meeting in June, for 50,000 for addition to the land bank. As I brought up last week, we have several, the city compliance officer and myself, we put together a list, about 8 condemned red tag properties in Norfolk. We have 1 donated already to the land bank, received last week. We have 2 more going under contract this week, and that, taking those down would take the 75,000 that we have approximately. We have 82,000, but 75,000 would be demo to this date. So by August, we would be depleted of funds, and then we would be stopping, taking properties and going on. We'd like to take this money and continue our project. We also want to go after, once a successful donation has happened like we have and we get a demo, we feel we'll be able to go to count to the different entities, banks, organizations, and say, hey, this works, this is how it's working, and ask for donations from them as well as other nonprofit groups in the city. We have had discussion with Norfolk Housing Development Corporation, who had built numerous houses in Norfolk on scattered sites. We've been opening up some conversation with them as to potential to partner on some things. And then we have others that have talked about, well, once we get here, maybe we can do some things. There's things we're working on, but I think this 50,000 would be a great step to help us get these next ones knocked down, us to get into the next process. The neighbors are gonna love it when those homes that have been there for 8 years, red tagged, go down. It's gonna improve neighborhoods. I do wanna bring forward 2 of our board members. We have our chairman, Rob Merrill, and John Koba, who many of you are familiar with, I'm sure. Over the years, he was in the compliance part, so I'd like to answer any questions we can, and these guys can give their input. Go ahead, Rob.
Rob Merrill, 1215 Nebraska Avenue, Norfolk. Ladies and gentlemen, nice to see you.
Welcome back.
I will echo what's already been said. The land bank seems to be getting quite a bit of traction. And with that traction, what the end result will be is the dilapidated houses that ruin communities and bring down property values are gonna go away. And when they go away, they'll be replaced by new homes, new houses, new people that spend money on furnishings, they spend money on a lot of different things, and that eventually a little bit, of course, all comes back to us. So, we would appreciate your consideration of this money. If you're having trouble with the other 50, we would take that too. If you would like to kind of do that, we'd be okay with it. Anyway, I'll defer to this gentleman right here. And questions, if you have any, I'll certainly try to answer.
Rob, would it be fair to characterize this request of the 50,000 as seed money for the land bank in a certain way to lay that foundation to be able to continue moving forward?
It would, Josh, and we don't look at this as an annual ask. We look at this as you say, as seed money. Our hope and the way it looks is that this will be just somewhat of a revolving fund, if you will. So as these things get torn down, they get purchased, that comes back to us, and we use that money to do the same thing over and over and over again. So it does not really be a burden on the taxpayer.
Thank you. Welcome, John.
Thank you. John Koba, good to see you. It's been good to work with the land bank in the work that I did with the city. Of course, we've dealt with a lot of properties over the years, and every property has a history behind it. And those histories run out. At some point, the houses just wear out, and as they get to that end phase, they languish, and sometimes people get frustrated because they just don't know what to do with them. The land bank ends up being a good way for some people to make that donation and get that property into an agency that can go ahead and complete the demolition and then make that property worthwhile again. The neighbors never think that it's going fast enough. And of course, the people that are holding on to a property, they can't understand why the city is pushing them so hard. But you find that balance, and I think having this tool to remedy some of that, it can be a good option for a lot of those situations. So
We'll answer any questions if any of you guys have any. And we appreciate what you've done in the past, and we're using that money correctly as we're doing it, and we're looking to use this again.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. What other discussion, council, on this? So again, we have.
All right. Well, I don't know if anybody else has anything else. I was kind of hoping to hear from some others that didn't speak up, but I'm going to say we move forward and approve this with that 100,000, 50,000 going towards a land bank and 50,000 going towards streets.
Is that an official motion?
That's my motion. Sorry.
I'll second that.
Motion and a second. Any other discussion? If not, please vote.
All council members present voting in the affirmative, motion carries.
Okay, we are going to venture off the path here a little bit and skip forward, since the next series of items are related to public utilities, and whether they like it or not, staff is going to have to be here for a while yet. Anyway, we do have members of the Airport Authority Board and staff here. So rather than make them wait through those budgets, we'll welcome them to come forward at this time to present the Airport Authority budget.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
I am Amy Sisson. I represent the airport as their accountant. We have forwarded budget numbers to you. Basically, we're asking for the same dollar amount that you gave us last year. And based on that, projected valuations, it would be a decrease in our levy request for the year. Project-wise, last year, we started Airfield Lights and Rehabilitation Project. That's about 75% complete. So we do have monies to finish that project out. And that is-
I do apologize. I'm sorry to cut you
Okay.
off. We are discovering here that I think the airport authority budget was not included in the
Originally.
online packet.
Right.
Which one?
Wasn't included. So in other words, the council doesn't have the budget in front of them that you're referring to. So we're going to try to remedy. It's on paper, but not online.
No,
Is that the problem?
We have it in the agenda packet now, but these were printed prior to this being added, and they didn't get. The screen is correct.
The screen is correct.
These were handed out.
Prior.
Yeah, what I have matches the screen.
This is
Okay. Do we feel comfortable moving forward
That's okay.
then?
I mean, you guys, can you see these all right? Otherwise.
You guys see this? Everybody has access to screens? Okay. All right. Sorry
Okay,
to interrupt.
so our
Please go
airfield
for it.
lights and signs project that we had budgeted for last year is about 75% complete. That is 90% of the cost of that is reimbursed to us by the FAA. Last year, we did have a pavement rehabilitation design phase. That's also 90% reimbursement. That is in this year's budget again because that did not end up happening as quick and getting approved by the government. We have been asked to update our master plan by the FAA, and that is also a 90% reimbursable project that we have in our budget. And we are looking at, as we've been talking in the past, about a new building facility that would combine all of our operations that are in different buildings right now into one new building. And we have applied for some congressional funds that we are hoping, and Ryan Hansen with HDR is going to talk about that a little bit. We're hoping to find out here within the next week or two preliminarily if those have been approved. So we have some funds coming for that and for the hangar in our budget. As far as operating budget goes, we have a small reduction in what we're asking for on to support just the operations of the airport. Most of the money is for the buildings and projects. Let's see, what else do we have on here? We are looking at buying a new tug this year, as our old ones are not really doing a very good job. Last year, we did buy a payloader that we had in our budget. It didn't cost quite as much as what we had anticipated on that. We did spend $372,000 approximately on building design phase, of which that just came out of our money reserves. No extra tax dollars were requested to be used with that. I'm just going through some of these other ones. So overall, we're asking for basically the same amount we had last year. The levy would be a little less, based on, proposed projected increased valuations on the property. Just this building deal, if all these congressional funds get approved, we will be asking for a bond issue, which will fund approximately 49% of that project. If the congressional funds all come through, that would be 51% funded by federal monies. So as far as that project goes, I'd like to refer to Ryan to explain some of that project stuff to you.
Sure, yes, Ryan Hansen, the HDR, I've been helping the airport with this project for several years now. And just, I guess, a quick overview of some recent history. A couple council members and Mayor Monig has been involved in the past couple of years with this project, starting back in the 2021-22 timeframe. The airport completed an airport strategic plan, which identified really the mission, vision, and values of the airport kind of at a high level, and then really turning those into actionable goals and objectives. And one of those goals and objectives was upgrading facilities, creating a new front door, not only for the airport, but for the whole Norfolk community. Anybody coming in, through the airport, the first thing they see, and the last thing they'll see as they leave is this proposed terminal building. Coming out of that strategic planning process, the airport continued working on some concepting, which has been refined over the years, and looked at a few different ways to accomplish this goal. Since last year, the airport has completed the design phase of the project, so we have plans sitting on the proverbial shelf, if you will, waiting for the right time. And in addition, there's two sources of federal funds to be aware of for this project. The first, for the hangar piece, the bipartisan infrastructure law from 2021 created a new funding source for hangar projects. The airport improvement program that the airport typically uses to fund projects like the master plan and lighting project that Amy mentioned. Generally, it's very difficult or nearly impossible to obtain funds for either a terminal project or a hangar project. With that pot of money, it's considered very low priority and doesn't compete well for funds. The bipartisan infrastructure law created a source of funds for hangars in particular. And so the estimates that Amy is reflecting in this budget include about $1.1 to $1.2 million available for the hangar piece of the project. In addition, we've been working with Congressman Flood's office, as Amy mentioned, to secure what's called congressionally directed spending. People don't like the term earmarks anymore, but essentially funds that are allocated for this specific project. Unfortunately, this meeting isn't later this week because we're expecting a report on Wednesday, if not tomorrow. That would more definitively show this project on the list, hopefully. We've heard positive things recently, some of the airport authority members have, so it appears to be good news. And that is one way through the congressionally directed spending to kind of override, if you will, some of the roadblocks and red tape to securing funds for this type of project otherwise. So those two things combined, as Amy mentioned, we're expecting a little over $4 million of federal funds to be available for the project. And so the budget requests, as Amy mentioned, for bonding would essentially close that gap and make the project happen. And I would emphasize, without sounding too much like a salesman, I guess, I mean, there probably will never be more federal funds available for the project than infrastructure law money out is now. I guess we brought a couple props, a couple of the renderings of the project that we created recently, and I know the airport's excited to hopefully move this project forward and wants to bring it to the council here. So.
You said you're going to know more about the funding sources tomorrow?
So the House Appropriations Committee meets on Wednesday, and there should be a report released ahead of that that would have a draft list of community projects, which hopefully will have this project on the list. So, and that report may come out.
And what exactly does that mean if it's on the list?
So every year the members of the House and the Senate hear requests for what's called community projects or congressionally directed spending. There's a couple different terms. They hear those requests from their constituents. They review those applications and make some selections as to which projects as they see will best benefit their community. They bring them to first the Transportation, Housing, and Urban Development Subcommittee, in the House at least, and then it gets brought to the full Appropriations Committee. Congressman Flood, as we've heard, has prioritized this project. As far as we understand it, it's on his list, if you will, that he's brought to the House committee. We just need confirmation that the full committee is going to consider the project. And it is literally a list that is released with the bill. So. And I would also note, just say we didn't tell you so, that nothing's final until the president eventually signs the bill. There's sometimes some horse trading. Typically how it works is the House has their version of the bill with a list of community projects. The Senate has the same. They typically get combined near the end of the budgeting and appropriations process, and it moves forward. But there is always the chance that there's some.
So you're planning for more than half of the total project cost to come from federal funds, one way or another, either through this earmark request from Congressman Flood's office or through grants. But what you're saying is the earmarked money makes going forward a little bit easier. There's less red tape, there's less hurdles to overcome,
I think if
correct?
there was a surprise and the airport wasn't awarded that funding, then I think that we may have to reconsider and revise the number that's in front of you, but as of now, that's the
Okay, all right. Well, I, for one, would like to see this finally move forward. I'm sick of talking about it. And this, yeah, I think you're right in saying that this is the right window because of these federal assistance funds
Well, yeah, and
that are
last-
specifically directed towards FFA and aviation projects anyway. We might as well get some of that money to make our airport better.
Yeah, and last year, this $3.2 million wasn't even on the table, and now it is.
Right, correct. Any other questions or comments about this project or the Airport Authority budget in general?
I guess the only question I have is how updated is your pricing on your construction?
as of May. And actually, the costs were escalated to mid part of next year, I believe. Prices have actually stabilized a little bit. I actually took bids on another terminal project in North Platte 2 weeks ago and actually came in right at the engineer's estimate. So I've seen prices stabilize a little bit the last year or so. Also, the number that's in that Amy put in the budget packet does have a little bit of contingency in it. I mean, we're not going to know the real number till the bids come in, so there's a little bit of contingency in there.
What would be the next step? Say we know later this week. Well, we won't know until we know the bill is signed, right? But when that happens, what is the next step forward for this project?
So the path is, again, what we're hoping to hear this week is a draft list of projects. Typically, it doesn't change throughout the process, but nothing's official till the president signs it. In a typical year, hopefully, the bill is passed in September when it's supposed to be passed. This past year, the bill didn't get passed until March. As anyone who's followed the news, it took forever to get appropriations passed. So optimistically, if that occurs in September, October timeframe, FAA typically needs 4 to 6 months after that to actually get all the paperwork and administrative effort in place. So we'd be looking at next spring to actually take bids and be able to move the project forward. Pessimistically, if it's like this year and the bill doesn't get passed until March, then we're probably looking at the latter part of the fiscal year. Where the project would actually be bid and we'd have the numbers.
Okay.
And
So
until we have those numbers, we won't, need to issue the bonds.
Right. Yep.
We'd hope to have a shovel in the ground later next year, but pessimistically, maybe early next year.
Thank you.
It's not every time when you get 50% of your project paid for. So I do think I do think that's really cool, but I guess I'm just asking, does anybody else want to wait till like Wednesday when we know what the appropriations committee has done? So that'd give us a better standing of where we're at for moving this forward, not to push you guys push you off for another couple weeks, but I'm just saying it'd be nice to know what are we looking at for a bonding issue as far as this or the whole amount, half of it or the whole amount. I'm just asking that out loud.
Well, and basically, our request for our budget stuff this year doesn't, the numbers
Include
just
this?
no, it doesn't include this.
Okay.
There's no payments due on it or anything. Issuing those bonds, that would be a request we'd have
Separate.
to make for a separate levy.
Okay.
It's a good question though, but yeah, it'd be taken up separately.
And we won't make that that request until we know for sure.
And that request would have to come before us, correct?
But we just, if this all comes through, we'd like to know that
Then
you
you'd make
guys
the
are behind it.
Right. Well, I think you gotta, that bond, that levy increase would have to come before us again, before we could,
Before we could issue the
yeah,
bonds.
so tonight we're just talking about your budget.
Yeah, because there's no bond
Right.
But
included
we
in this
wanted to
budget.
keep this all updated and
I
stuff.
understand, but it kinda comes across as like we're approving a levy tonight, or we're not approving a levy. We're forwarding over your budget to the council for approval in September with a levy attached to it, and we haven't had that conversation. So I think we maybe need to note that this is not what we have up here tonight. this afternoon, I guess, is not really what we're discussing. We need to go back just to the budget, maybe stick to that.
Yeah, which is
Well,
what
that's,
our request
this isn't,
is.
this isn't in there, so.
Yeah, right, so I mean,
This was, I think,
I get it.
an opportunity for
To
them to
present that in front
update
of
us on where things are at.
But hence Corey's question about, should we wait till Wednesday? So I mean, I get, yeah, so.
Yeah.
But on line 82, isn't it in there? 9,259,000.
That is, but there's offsetting, in our receipts, there's also offsetting monies from a bond issue and whatever, so they basically zero each other out.
Okay.
You're looking at the 9 million for the building and, yeah, but on the receipt side is the two, the congressional monies and the bond issue. So, I mean, it's in on one side and out on the other. So the bottom line effect is zero at that point with this budget. I tried to keep it on the bottom of the budget and Randy suggested that I move it and put it in, so. On our receipts page, there is $4,699,000 of miscellaneous federal grants and a bond issue of $4,560,000. Those total that $9,259,000 that's shown for the building and the expense side. So the ins and the outs are the same, so they actually.
So in our budget world, yeah, they have budgeted correctly. The expenses, the cost of the project from an expense is budgeted, and the revenue, the bond revenue side, as well as the federal revenue side are also reflected in the revenue portion of the budget. It's just that in order for the project to move forward, there would have to be a bond issued. I think the question I would have then for Randy, is their levy rate reflecting this bond, potential bond?
The levy rate they're requesting now doesn't have
No.
anything,
To
no
do
debt
with that
service
bond.
in it.
So we would be
What?
looking at anywhere, I'm just from what we've been given from the bonding people, anywhere from 1.5 to 2 cents for a levy for that bond issue.
I think
Just
we,
depending on the term of it and whatnot,
okay.
which would be a separate request. I mean,
Right,
that
so
is-
that's what, but tonight we need to talk, this afternoon we need to talk about the budget that's before us.
Yes, which is just
And not about
the same
this.
dollar amount, 818,107. And last year, that would have been a levy of 0.034496 is what we had, and this year would be 0.032748. So it's a reduction of approximately right at 5% because of the projection of the valuations increasing.
So to your point, Shane, we don't need to talk about the FBO or any of that project.
It's probably not a good
That's
time
the
to talk
confusing
about it.
part.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
They just
So yeah,
wanna-
we're
they're just
asking for
presenting
approval of the
which I get.
818,000
Yeah,
for our operating budget for this year.
right.
But we wanted to keep you
And
guys
to that
up to
end,
date
is
on what the
there
status with this
any
whole
other-
project is.
We got it. Any other questions on the budget itself? One way or another, we're going to hear about the FBO later. It's not part of this budget. Bottom line.
There you go.
Anything else? Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right, if no further, do I have a motion? I don't think we have a motion. Okay.
I'll make the motion to approve.
I'll second that.
Motion second. If no further discussion, please vote.
All council members present voting in the affirmative, motion carries.
Okay, we're going to go back now to item 13 and recommendation of the City Highway Allocation Fund budget, the CHAF budget. Steve Ramus, Public Works Director.
At the podium.
Yeah, I think you're okay there.
City Highway Allocation Fund, run through the revenue side. I have redlined mine, line item 34109, miscellaneous federal grants. I believe that's where the ARP would show, this $50,000 that you just approved. Is that correct? So will this budget be adjusted to reflect that 50,000 or not?
No, we'll
Okay.
just pay those street expenditures directly out of the ARP budget.
Okay. Please jump in and ask any questions as I go through this. Miscellaneous federal grants, last year we received $209,000 for the Safe Streets for All. And so you'll see the 100% reduction there in that particular federal grant line item. Our general city highway allocation funding from the state, budgeting $3,863,000 or $163,000 increase from last year's budget, 4.41% increase. And other interest income, as we've been spending down some carry forward fund balance on some of the bigger projects. We've got less balance in there that we're drawing interest on, so our interest income for the year is projected to be down to $136,000, 30% reduction in interest income. The interoperating transfer in, that $200,000 you see there, that's the intended to be part of the debt payment or the bond payment for that $5 million bond for streets. Those funds are still coming in, and then we're just budgeting those funds out as part of our street repair projects. So even though we haven't pulled the trigger on a bigger $4.5 or $5 million project, that income is still coming in that was identified by council last August, and that is just being budgeted out into our street repair projects. Proceeds of debt, $4,550,000. Again, that would be if council decides to pull the trigger on a $4.5 million bond, street repair bond. That is built into the budget. If you decide, not to do that, we don't have to do that. That would only be a revenue source should you choose to bond some street repair. Again, that is down $450,000. The first $450,000 has been incorporated into this year's street repair project. Total revenue then for the year, projected revenue $8,749,000. Total funds available $12,622,937. And again, the decrease there is just a function of spending out funds that were bonded for specifically the Benjamin Avenue project. And so those are being spent and no longer carried. Any questions on revenue side? Expense side? Line item 46 is a new item on the budget. This is our mowing contract. So that is showing up now under account 46. Administrative and overhead, other professional fees, 45.5. Those are our professional fees related to bonding. Again, that's should we pull the trigger on a bond. Government subsidies, $165,000. That's the interfund transfer to general fund for street maintenance. Those funds ultimately help fund our street department. Infrastructure capital outlay this year, $5,976,500. Those projects are listed there in category 87. Our street maintenance by contract work, micro seal and armor coat, mill and overlay maintenance, the downtown revitalization mid-block crossings, that's part of our local match on that grant. Benjamin Avenue and Victory Road intersection and the Madison Avenue and 7th Street intersection, those are studies. We want to study both of those intersections for future improvements. And those are also reflected in our capital improvement program. 25th Street, Benjamin Avenue to Eisenhower, that $325,000. That is a carry forward budget from this current year, but those are dollars for design services on the 25th Street improvements going from Benjamin Avenue north to Eisenhower. $150,000 in traffic signal head and pedestrian actuated system improvements. There's not a specified necessarily. We distribute those around town as needed, but I would say there's about 100,000 of that that's identified for pedestrian signal addition at Highway 275 and Highway 81. Community decided street repair projects, again, that is, should council choose to pull a bond over the next year, that $4.5 million bond, it would be a single bond, and we would anticipate potentially spending $2 million of that next year in the bulk, then another $2.5 million the following year. Industrial road extension west of Highway 81. We are partnered with the county on a RAISE grant for planning on that. We had put up $75,000 to partner with the county in a $75,000 or a 50-50 match, county, city, to do a corridor study and preservation to extend the industrial road going west. Safe Streets for All, Phase 1, $199,000. That's the residual of our Safe Streets for All. Again, we received that $209,000 grant on that, and then we had about a $100,000 local match on that. About $100,000 we're spending out this year, and the rest next year. Gap paving, there's some gap paving projects identified in the budget. Northwestern and Jefferson are a couple of those, so there's $75,000 there for potential planning on those. Total capital outlay projected, again, $5,976,500. And finally, some debt service, principal interest debt service for existing bonding. Total expenditures, $7,434,081. Ending balance, $5,188,856. Any questions?
I got one question. The Benjamin Avenue and Victory Road intersection, what's that consisting of, or what is that?
So that would be a study to look at traffic counts, traffic movement, and then ultimately look at, work with us on some community engagement and making a recommendation for future improvement. That would certainly be considered. You know, we would look at all the different alternatives for that intersection, bring those to the community and to the council.
Steve, can you describe to me again code 46?
Code 46?
For the 100,000?
So that 100,000 is our mowing contract.
I have a question on the highway allocation funds on the intergovernmental revenues, versus the actual estimated and budgeted. I'm looking at estimated revenues for 2023-24, which would be what you're anticipating this year, and then budget last year was 3.7, but estimated is 4.6. Kind of the same tune between 22 and 23. So how come in 24-25 we've dropped that to 3.863 versus, do you see what I'm saying? Like what you're anticipating coming in and what we're.
So we budget about 20%. You know, when we're preparing our capital projection and we're looking at revenue, we don't want to have to go in there and cut back. if revenue projections aren't met. And so just historically, we've budgeted about 20%. So when we go back to like 2020, 2021, you'll see our total intergovernmental revenues, $3,809,000. The budget for that year was 3.2.
Okay. So
But-
you're figuring 20% less.
So we budget based on 80%.
80%.
Because that revenue can move up and down.
Okay.
What happened here as we went from 21 to 22 was the annexation. So that shift from 3.7 to roughly 4.3 in actuals was the annexation. We weren't real sure how the annexation was gonna impact us. I mean, obviously, it's impacted us well. And, you know, we have expenses against that as well.
So your estimated, or your actual res could be, if you're 80% this year at 3.8.
Yep, that $3,863,000 would be roughly 80% of this year's revenues.
And then you take that 20% and just put that into your beginning the following year?
Correct. Yep, so then that just gets, as every year as we look at the 1 and 6 year program and then also look at our 10-year program, that money just gets redistributed across all those projects on an annual basis. So there's a little bit of buffer there. It gives us an emergency buffer. So if you think back to like when Monroe, when we went in there and spent $250,000 on Monroe, right there by Love's, where'd that come from? We were able to do that because of the way we budget here.
I see.
Other questions
Any
on
other
that?
questions?
Jim McKenzie, just a question on debt service. When I look at the 24-25 budget on debt service, principal and interest, 1.14 million, I understand we're not paying principal yet on the $20 million of debt that was issued for the Benjamin Avenue First Street Roundabout in Michigan. When we start paying that, what do you estimate that total debt service payment will be on the fiscal year when we're actually paying principal and interest on that?
Sure. So it looks, Jim, like that is gonna start in 27, 28. I'm gonna look at Sheila here just for, but it looks like we start paying that full amount in fiscal year 27, 28. So our principal payments are gonna move from this 227,500 up to 1,272,005 would be in 27, 28. That's when you see that first jump. So it stays at this 227,500 through fiscal year 27, and then it bounces up that.
So the total principal and interest on an annual basis is $1,780,000 approximately.
Yeah.
Okay. You mentioned principal of 1.272, and the
Yep.
interest was 919, so that would be higher than the 1.7, but you're saying the interest is going down then?
Yeah, so the principal's payments start out at $1,045,000, and then they increase as the years go on. So the final year principal payment is $1,720,000.
Okay, so for instance, do you have it for, say, the 28-29 fiscal year, what that will be?
Based on everything else that's in the budgets right now for fiscal year 29,
Yep, that's $1,780,781.
And that's principal and interest?
Correct.
Okay. Thanks. I'm just trying to get an understanding of how that compares to what the chaff revenues are. Thank you.
Right. Any other questions or comments on CHAF budget? Okay, do I hear a motion then for approval?
I'd make a motion to approve the CHAF budget.
Second.
Motion second. If no further discussion, please vote.
All council members present voting in the affirmative, motion carries.
Okay, just a second, Chad, I think we're, as we did before, since we have VPD Chair here, we'll skip ahead to item 25. Promise we'll get to utilities.
Mayor, we are waiting for Stephanie Bates.
Oh, we are? Okay, all right. Never mind. Chad, come forward, please. We will move forward with the water budget as presented by Chad Roberts, our Water Systems Director.
Good evening. We're going to start off right away here with the water revenue. I'm going to go through it here pretty quickly here, but stop me if you have any questions. Beginning balance for 24-25, we're looking at $5,441,033, an increase of $1,964,266. Then on total water charges, we've got an increase of $300,000. That there is due to a 6.25% rate increase and also on increased usage. Total interest income, we have an increase of $27,000 on that. That's just money in the bank with the current interest rates that we're receiving. Then down there towards the bottom there on line 39,501, the proceeds, right there we show an increase of $6,378,247. We did not use the bond last year for the projects because the projects haven't started. Plus we have the well 14 and the other projects we're going to propose to you guys doing later this year. So when you add the bond that we had in from last year's with the bond that is needed for the projects going forward, we show a total of $12,430,407. Total revenue was an increase of $705,247. And then total funds available, we have an increase of $8,651,513. Any questions on revenue? All right, I'll step into the water maintenance budget. We'll start off with personnel costs. We have a decrease of $36,712. That's included in there is a 2.5% cost of living adjustment, a 3% increase in health insurance costs for both employee and the city contribution, adjustments in workman comp, and normal merit raises. Operating supplies and material, line 24, we have an increase of $2,197, and that's just basically fuel and cost increases.
Chad, can you see why we had a decrease in wages?
We had a decrease in wages, yes.
Yeah, how's that happen?
Well, it a combination of some retirements we had, and so with the retirements we got newer staff on board. You know, the merit's lower and stuff, so we don't have the higher contribution towards retirements and stuff. And then we also did an adjustment in this budget here with the utility project manager. Before we reflected him as a full-time employee. This time here we reflect him as a part-time employee. So he's not getting workman's comp, he's not getting retirement, he's not paying insurance. All that got reduced also. So we just show him as an hourly wage. Okay. Utility and maintenance. We have an overall increase of $157,049. And some of the reasons for that, I'll go through here. In line 46, we have an increase in ground plant maintenance of $79,184. And those include, as you see, we have an increase on well maintenance of $26,750. And that's the reason why I got 2 wells scheduled for repairs next year. Based on our annual review of our wells, I normally have 1. Going into next year's budget, we're looking at having 2 that need to be pulled and have some maintenance done on. Also, the chlorine acid, scrubber acid change out at the east plant. This year that came in over what I had budgeted. So that one there, I have increased that by $50,000 to $100,000 to get the east plant scrubber maintenance done on that, brought that back up to where the standards it needs to be. And then we also have a polymer pump replacement of $10,000 in there for the east plant. and that's just replacing that pump due to age. Line 48, we have an increase of $12,075. That includes the asset management yearly fee of $2,100. And then we also have the water rate model on there for $9,635. Line 49, increase in communication and maintenance equipment of $65,000. So what you notice in here that we didn't have before is increase in communication tower maintenance. That's the tower up on 25th Street. We increased that $15,000 just for routine maintenance, inspections, items going forward with adding equipment, removing equipment onto that tower. And then we also added $50,000 for the city network for fiber system. That one there is currently owned by the water department, and that overhead fiber is starting to age out. So it was recommended that we might start looking at doing some replacement in there. So that's what the $50,000 is in there for. Administration overhead, we have an overall increase of $123,781. Line 61 is an increase in insurance. Line 64 is a decrease in office supplies by $6,000. And that's mainly due to our computers that we have aged out. This particular year, we're only replacing one, where in years past, we've had 3 or 4. Line 68, professional fees, increase of $106,199. There was an increase in administration fee of $36,000. And then this also shows the bond of $95,674 to issue that bond. We also increased line 69 by $2,000, the miscellaneous. And just to give you guys an understanding what this miscellaneous is for, anytime we do an online purchase, sometimes they don't do the sales tax on that. This miscellaneous here covers that sales tax. Water pays sales tax where sewer doesn't. So anytime we do an order online, sometimes they don't contribute that sales tax, and that's what we use this fund for. Line 78, increase to the Economic Development Operating Fund of $16,491. And then in the capital overlay, we have an overall increase of $7,960,175. In there on line 82, increase in building and plant and improvements there of $180,000. This is we're looking at relocating the service department out to the West Water Treatment Plant. So I'm looking at doing a service shop out there for $290,000. We're also doing a front door replacement at the West Water Plant of $5,000, and then some door replacements at the East Water Treatment Plant. We also increased the overhead, East Plant overhead underground power relocation by $80,000. And then this is based, this project here will be based on a need. If someone came to the water department or to engineering and asked to have that overhead power underground, this is the funding that we're looking at to help cover that cost there and stuff, because most of that power is related to the East Plant. Line 48, we have a decrease in the machinery and equipment of $11,785. And that's basically, we also added the asset management software of $8,215. That's our work order asset management program that we got. And then we also have $25,000 in there to replace our mower at the West Water Treatment Plant. Line 89, the CIP area, we have an increase of $7,791,960. Excuse me, got a little tongue-tied there. We're going to increase the overall pipe size contribution there. You know, we pay for everything that's over 8 inches in diameter for water main. We're increasing that by $60,000. Seeing more projects there that's requesting that and stuff, so we want to make sure we got a little extra money in the bank for that. And then as you'll see, we got the West Plant Improvement Project on there. The well 14, the raw water line for well 14. We also added a water main project over here on 37th and Prospect to Benjamin Avenue, Phase 1. Looking at $387,000. We got some investors, or excuse me, some developers over there looking at extending the water service up in that area. And then we're also got 34th and Prospect to the existing 14-inch water main. With that project on 37th Street, we want to bring the water main from 29th Street Booster over to 37th Street to change that pumping zone over there into Zone 2. Right now it's in Zone 1. We've got some residents up there in the Eagle Ridge area there that's got kind of on the lower side of the pressure. If we can loop this around out of the booster station, we can bring that pressure up for their uses and stuff. So debt services, we have a total over increase of $577,298. I know I went through that pretty quick, but any questions? Yeah.
That building, Chad, are you getting rid of a building?
So what we're doing, my idea that I have is the current building that we have down on South 9th Street shop area, reaching out to either street division or park division to see if they have any use for that building. And if they do, we'll do some, possibly a sale, some type of contribution back and forth on that. We gotta figure out what department's interested in it first. Right now, the number I have in here is for a total cost for us to replace our building. If we end up selling that one to general fund or whatever in the future, that money will go towards that. We wouldn't spend that $290,000. It's just, I'm looking for worst case scenario to put that building out there at the west plant. And it's just got a basic pole barn, garage, no offices, no nothing. We'll use the west plant for the meeting room and everything else. It'll just be garages for their so right now we've got it's an 8-stall. I think it's an 8-stall building that we have at the at the water shop right now. So we'll probably be looking at something about the same size to maintain all the equipment indoors. So, and that's the concrete pad and everything else. I got it from BC Builders is the quote. It'll have heat, yes.
How will that help your operation?
Well, operation-wise, we're kind of like 2 satellite locations right now. I feel if we have everybody underneath the wastewater treatment plant, we'll have better communication amongst the staff. Service guys be able to communicate with the secretary more on a daily basis to find out what they have for hours, sick leave, things on that sort. And plus, it builds a better relationship with myself amongst the staff. I can't see him on a daily basis. So when I do see him right now, it's kind of like, oh, what's he here for? What kind of news is he bringing down? I think it's important to have a healthy relationship with employees, get to know them a little bit more than outside of that. And that just brings in some cross-training also. I got some guys at the service department that's interested in learning the basics of the wastewater treatment plant, which I think is an important need for us. I mean, that way there we got some extra guys that can help fill in some off shifts if they got the interest in it and stuff. So I think there's a professional and a personal method there behind it that I think is important for this.
Any other questions? Or discussion? Hearing none, do I have a motion to entertain?
I'll make a motion to approve to consider the water as proposed.
Motion second. If no further discussion, please vote.
All council members present voting in the affirmative, motion carries.
Okay, thank you, Chad. Let's keep rolling here. Onto the sewer revenue budget, please.
Okay, we'll start off with sewer revenue here to begin with. Everybody ready to go? All right. So beginning balance for the sewer revenue, 24-25, we're looking at $6,597,845, which is a increase of $564,715 versus the year prior. On line 34-310, other state funding, you'll see that this is a new one that we have added to the budget here of $300,000. You guys were talking earlier about funds from Congressman Flood's office and items of that sort. We were able to get other state funding of $300,000. We're going after for some projects. Down here on line user fees, 36-701, we have an increase of $479,808. This reflects a proposed 8.5% sewer increase for both residential, industrial, and commercial. On materials, you'll see an increase of $15,000 there. And then on truck waste, this is a big one for us this year. Increase of $80,000. So this past year, they're at the wastewater treatment plant. We've had a lot more truck waste coming in. So we've increased that one there to $80,000 to reflect the revenue that we're seeing as we're receiving it. In total rent and other income, we have a decrease of $420,000. And this is mainly due to the contribution that we were getting from the crush plant when we were putting that lift station in. That project is all completed now. So here we're reflecting the final payment on that, of that $420,000. And then total interest income, we have an increase of $10,200, again, based on current market rates. On non-revenue receipt, we have a decrease of $2,465,000. This includes a $3,535 in debt and processes of debt. Total revenue, a decrease of $1,999,992. And total funds available, a decrease of $1,435,277. Any questions on the revenue?
Questions or comments? Discussion? If not, do I hear a motion? Yeah.
Jim McKenzie, I just had a question on the user fees, the 8.5% increase on residential and commercial. On January 16th of '24 city council meeting, we had a 3.5% increase this year, a 5% increase that was proposed in year 2, and a 4% increase that was proposed in year 3 for residential. So it looks like we've got a change here in our rate increases.
Yes, Jim. So good question, good segue here. What this budget now does, one of the things we've been kicking around here is just what are we gonna do on this Omaha lift station? And so when you look at when you look at our capital improvement, our 10-year capital improvement program, right now we have the Highway 35 Interceptor and Omaha Avenue lift station built into fiscal years 27 and 28. The 8.5% increase for both residential, commercial, and our industrial users now would fund this project and allow us to move that forward. The capital improvement plan also, and I realize you guys may not have this in your hands. I don't know if there's a good way for them to roll back. Page 73. If you want to roll back to 73 on the, that would help out here. Currently, the capital improvement project has 4 line items, all relative to this western side. First of them is going to be line number 1. And I'll wait for you to get there. So line number 1 is a 36 sanitary sewer from Bluff south on Chestnut to Monroe. We're showing that in fiscal year 29 at $2,835,000. The other one I want to point to is line 6. This is the upgrade of the 275 lift station to phase 2 of $1,750,000. If we pull the trigger on 7 and 8 and start to create the funding to move that forward, lines 1 and 6 go away. And so the 8.5% increase in fees across the board, again, would fund the Highway 35 Interceptor and Omaha lift station. The funding that was presented historically, that project has never been on the table as part of the funding forecast for that. When we look at our water model, what the water model says, this is our revenue model, And it would make, to me, it makes sense, rather than do number 1 and number 6 and just keep kicking the can down the road on the Highway 35 interceptor and lift station. We would be kind of double spending and spending money that ultimately the lift station, the Omaha lift station is going to provide that needed service for. So what it's going to take to do this, I don't have, sorry, let me bring this up. Here we go. Omaha lift station. So the Omaha, to do what I'm suggesting here with 6 and 7, just start the plan for fiscal year 27 to put that infrastructure in the ground, eliminate lines 1 and line 6. We need 8.5% this year, 8.5% next year, and then we go down to 5.5 for 2 years, 5. And then in fiscal year 29, or I'm sorry, fiscal year 30, we're down to 3.5, going out beyond that. So that's what's going on here, is we're presenting a way to kind of start to move that forward. Now, pulling the trigger on 8.5% across the board this year in terms of fee increase, what that means to a user, I'm going to focus on the residential user here, cost of 76 cents. 3.5% that was presented, this winter, that would be an increase of $1.28 every every month, or $2.56 on a billing cycle. And for a heavy user, that's irrigating a lot, it'd be roughly a difference of about 2%, $2 a month or $4 a billing cycle. So we wanted to present a conversation here to start to move the Omaha lift station forward and eliminate the conversation of upgrading the lift station to phase 2, which would be line 6. There's been a lot of conversation over the last year and working with landowners in that area. Sort of what brought this up is, as we continue to develop, there's currently a developer working on a concept here to develop more there towards that east end of Benjamin Avenue. The existing system would manage even that build out, but as, again, we just continue to grow on that side of the community, at some point, we need to start preparing our rates to handle that. And so we're proposing 8.5% here this year, next year, and then ratcheting that down to 5.5 for a couple years, and then down to 3.5. One of the things that we're also looking at as a function of the budget is longer term needs out at the plant. And one of the things that Chad touched base on there is this $300,000 revenue source. What that is some economic development funds that were intended to be routed to Milk Specialties. But as we've been working with Milk Specialties over the last couple of years, they agreed to allow us to keep those funds rather than transfer those funds to them. They are allowing us to keep that $300,000, and then we're putting that into preliminary design for expansion of the wastewater plant. So that would be a project here that eventually, as Chad keeps going through the budget here, that he would be covering, or I guess Rob Huntley would be talking about some plant expansion. As I look at the revenue model going out into the 2033, 2034, kind of the extent of our 10-year capital plan, this really puts us in very good shape going forward for the next, I would say, the next 10 years. We would need to look, as we would pull the trigger and bring some plant expansion to the table, I would anticipate there would be some federal dollars associated with that. There would be some capital contribution from local industries. And, I don't see any real revenue or rate increase to our residences as a function of what we're looking at right now or contemplating for plant expansion. But again, I'd be happy to answer any questions and dig as much as you want to into that, but that's what's going on there in terms of answering Jim's question.
Thanks for the information. I saw that and was surprised that that had changed without any other information about it. But I guess one of the issues that I hear from people are they look at their water bill and they see the sewer amount. We have to invest in infrastructure. We have to invest, but we have to do it wisely. We have to make sure it's warranted. And when they look at their water bill and they see the sewer bill being higher than their water bill on a regular basis, that catches their attention. So when I saw those rate increases, that's why I asked the question. Thank you.
Another piece of that is we've been looking at that, and when you look back at our history, back when we did the plant expansion, I don't have the exact numbers, I could pull them up here, but I'm thinking we did a 20, if not 30% increase in rates back in the early 90s when we built the wastewater plant or did that SBR expansion. That's a significant impact to the public, that kind of a rate increase. Knowing that we're going to have something ahead of us, we can do these smaller rate increases now, even though, 8.5 isn't necessarily small, but we can do an 8.5% now over the next couple of years, start to ratchet that down, and then we're ready for these bigger improvements as they hit with very little, if any, impact to the residential rate.
Thank you, Steve. Any other questions on the sewer revenue budget?
I guess I'm a little confused. I just don't remember the 8.5%.
We never talked about that 8.5% on the residential side.
But today we are?
Today we are, as a function of this overall project, the overall 10-year capital improvement plan, yes. Now, the fiscal budget, the budget in terms of the fiscal year 25 budget, can that be moved forward at the 8.5% on the industry and the 3.5% on the residents? Yes, but that makes a bigger number when we, into next year, fiscal year 26, fiscal year 27. It's going to be a bigger number because you're shorting yourself now a year of revenue increase. There can certainly be more conversation around this. If we want to take the 8.5% off the table for the residential commercials at this point, and then come back and have some more conversation late fall, again, early winter like we did last year, I would say that is an option for us that would have no impact on this year's budget. But it does ultimately mean a higher increase or I would say higher rate increases down the road.
I guess if I'm, being a ratepayer in Norfolk, I think it's important to know what I'm getting for what I'm paying and why I'm paying 8.5% more both on sewer and water. I don't know if we've done a really good job. You've got it listed in your budget and you've talked about it, but one thing I think we're missing a little bit is what, even going through the CIP here, is the actual list of what I'm looking at getting in the next 10 years, what I'm helping pay for. I know that we've talked about a lift station that there was some disagreement on, that's being put into this budget with 8.5%. So that's a little bit, that's where I think maybe Frank, you're kind of, because those are some things that we still have open discussion on. But they're included within this fiscal, so I think that's maybe
right. And so
some of the question. And some of the question is with new development coming online, blighting is substandard their developments and stuff. What's that mean moving forward as far as TIF goes? Can TIF help finance some of this? You know, all
Right.
those discussions that we're not having, but we're having them,
And
everything right now. in
yeah,
front of us.
I wanted to get this in front of us, and I'll apologize for not bringing it maybe to a subcommittee ahead of this. But I thought this would be a good environment to consume this in. We've had a lot of conversation about this Omaha lift station and whether or not, how do we move it forward? When do we move it forward? Do we move it forward? We've talked about the 275 lift station upgrades. We have more development that's wanting to go into that east side. Certainly on the ED side, we continue to market properties on that east side for economic development purposes, industrial purposes. At some point, we're going to need to get ready for, especially if we're going to bring a big industry in on that east side, we're going to need to be ready for that. And it's going to take a little while to get this infrastructure in the ground. So at some point, we need to start to structure our fee to accomplish that. If there is capital contribution, that has the ability to lower the rate structure going forward. So if we were to do an 8.5% across the board increase, and now we get an industry in and we're able to capture 2 million, 2.5 million, 3 million in capital contribution, that would ultimately be plugged in to help lower the rate structures going forward from there. But, I mean, I'm open to however you would want to consume this, delay some of the conversation.
Steve, some of this goes back to planning principles. I mean, Shane, I see your point, but we have had, I think, multiple public discussions about water infrastructure and lift stations and the different projects involved there. I think in general, we know we've got an issue that we got to start planning for. And I think this is an attempt, like Steve's point is you pay a little bit now in terms of planning for those big projects, or you pay a lot later in terms of rate increases. So,
for that, at 3.5% for a medium user, you're looking at $1.78 per billing cycle, compared to $4.34 at 8.5%. So those would be the increases. So that medium user, it'd be $1.78 at 3.5% versus $4.34 at 8.5%.
And Steve, and I agree 100% with you that we probably do need to start budgeting and maybe getting ready for some of these bigger projects. My concern is just hearing of the 8.5% today. The numbers aren't horrible that you speak of monthly fees, but last time we were talking, it was in the 3.5 to 5% range, which I guess, I get it. At some point, would you have to charge 8% to pay for this station? Maybe, but I'm not so sure the 8.5% should be proposed right now.
So again, if there was to be a modification of that would allow you to move the budget forward, it would be the 8.5% on the industrial side, 8% on the industrial side, and 3.5% on residential commercial. That was what was presented. You could move that forward, and we would have a fiscal year budget to work with. And then we can come back and have some conversation again this fall and early winter around the Omaha lift station.
I agree with that statement, Steve. I just think at this point, we can pass it with the 3.5 and 8 today, and then if we want to change that before our final reading, we can do that. I guess I'll make a motion to do that. If we're done talking about other stuff.
I'll second.
What?
Sorry.
Motion second. Any further discussion? I was just gonna say in terms, again, going back to the planning principles here, the economic development, it's a nice thought to say a big industry is gonna come in and help pay for a lot of this. But in reality, I think we've seen if we don't have the infrastructure in place or a plan in place to build the infrastructure, they might not even entertain coming here in the first place. So I think that's
And I completely
important.
understand that. I'm kind of siding with Frank. I've been involved in these meetings a lot lately, and if I guess would have known this a little before, it'd been a little easier to stomach that today than what the previous discussions have been. So I guess that's the only reason I'm making the recommendation.
I understand, yeah. I think those are just all things to keep
And I
in
think
mind
this is
as
a
we
good
move forward
environment
with the
to bring this
discussion.
discussion out so we can all talk about it.
Right.
But yeah, so.
Steve, what was the difference between 3.5% and 8.5% on the residential rates for the median use customer?
The difference is $1.28 per month, or $2.56 per billing cycle, as we bill every other month.
So we're concerned with $3 a month?
Right.
I don't think it's so much the concern on what the dollar amount. I think it's a concern on how it comes across as what we've discussed and haven't discussed. And I think as of right now, we haven't had a lot of these discussions. So we're approving a rate change within a 20-minute discussion.
But
You know,
I don't think
without-
that's true. I mean, we've had
No,
these discussions in the past.
But not on rates. We've talked about the lift station, we've talked about all this stuff, and I think the pre-planning that you're doing moving forward is great. I think that would have been nice been doing that years ago, where you're pre-planning, so you've got cash on hand when that comes up, so rates don't increase drastically when you get to that point. So all those points are really good, and I'm glad that you guys did that. I'm just saying, as far as the public goes, this is kind of a new discussion from where we were sitting without having a lot of information out there. And I think now you've got all the information out there. So then we circle back and come back to discuss where we're gonna be with rates, like Steve said, it may be in the fall or late summer. Have those good discussions and get that out there. But as of today, I don't know if we've had lengthy enough time to go ahead and jump on that 8.5% increase. That's all. I don't think it has anything to do with like moving, that's my only thing on it. And
I get that, and I'm just gonna say that this lift station is overdue, and Josh, you're right, is that we have to have infrastructure in place. So I guess that's where I'm at, is I would like to leave it at the 8.5, but it's already been motioned and seconded, so.
Yeah, and I think as some follow-up here, we could certainly structure an open house around specifically the lift station. Maybe we talk about the lift station, the water improvements, and just kind of have some public open house,
I think sorry to interrupt you, I think it'd be important to have an open house to discuss about all the capital layout that's gonna happen in the next 15 years on both sewer and water, because there is a tremendous amount
Oh, yeah. there
of
is.
expenditures are gonna happen, not just what just been approved in the last year and a half, 2 years, but what's gonna happen in the next 20 years almost, and
Yeah.
I think that would be important to have that out there, so people understand that you're being very proactive in what you're doing with rates, and you're not trying to jump, you're trying to jump, gradually drop, like you showed in your chart a minute ago, so I think that would be extremely beneficial conversation to have.
Yeah, we can have those conversations, because, wastewater side, we've got a lot of projects, the water treatment, or water pollution control, that, expansion after expansion is coming up to get that, treatment plant up to where it's supposed to be, for the future demand and stuff, so I agree 100%, educate the citizens as much as we can, that'll help us out, so.
But this is because we deferred, and now it's time that we have to pay up, and we have to meet the needs and the future needs of our community.
I think that's exactly right, Corey.
And it's not the fact that the rates, it sounds like it's a lot, but it's not a lot of money. But I agree with you guys. If we kept it at 2.6% or 3% or 3.5% for 10 years, we wouldn't have this discussion,
So you're saying for a cup of coffee a day,
pretty
I
much.
can have a lift station?
So I'm hearing two things, and again, we have a motion, so we'll vote quickly in just a minute, but I'm not hearing opposition to planning ahead, perhaps doing this rate change, but to do a little more education on why that's happening. And so if we're going to do that, let's have a plan of sorts on how that's going to happen. An open house was mentioned, and then the timeline, it needs to be done for the budget finalization to be able to happen. So are there ideas right now on when realistically such a public forum or open house could be done on water infrastructure projects, and then we could come back to the budget and solidify these numbers?
I think we could.
Yeah, I would think it's the 8th, late July or the very early part of the first week of August, we could certainly have that. We'd need to advertise, we'd need a little time to advertise and a little bit of time to get some stuff ready, but I'd say 3 to 4 weeks max. We could have a
Yep.
Sound reasonable to everyone?
Yep.
Motion second.
3.5% for residential and 8% commercial and industrial.
Okay. Motion second. If no further discussion, please vote.
All council members present voting in the affirmative, motion carries.
Okay, that takes us to the sewer maintenance.
Sewer maintenance? All right. This one will go a little bit quicker here. In the sewer maintenance there, we'll start off with personnel cost. This one here, we have an increase of $24,615. Again, this is a 3% increase in health insurance, adjustment for workman comp, and normal merit pay increases. Line 24, we have an increase in fuel cost. Total utilities, we have an overall increase of $15,937. There's $3,666 increase in the building grounds and plant maintenance, $11,535 increase in the office equipment. That includes the asset management fee of $1,700, and then the sewer rate model of $9,635. What's that? Yeah, just getting ready to go to line 61. So total administration and overhead, we have an overall increase of $64,823. On line 61, you'll see a decrease of $3,036. Line 63 has an increase in postage of $3,000. Line 64 has an increase of $2,000 for a computer, meter reader computer replacement. Line 68 has a decrease in other professional fees of $62,859. There is a $15,834 increase in administration fees. And then we've added a couple new items in here. We have a Northeast Sewer Extension Study from 25th to 40th, $50,000 there. And then we have sewer extension on 49th and 275 to Eisenhower of $50,000. Just new development areas here. We're just getting in the prelim planning and study of how that sewer line can lay with the elevations and stuff in that area. And then we also have the remove the bond cost of $53,000. We have an increase of $16,941 in the transfer of the economic development. In total capital outlay, we have an overall decrease of $4,578,315. In line 48, we have a decrease in machinery and equipment of $15,590. We do have one service truck that we are looking at replacing at $45,000. Line 89, we, as you would see, we have the lift station removed out of the budget. And so a lot of that decrease was related to the lift station being removed out of this current year's budget. So basically it was $4,662,725 that was decreased. Any questions on the sewer maintenance?
Sorry, the line item where you have 69, I think it's 63,000, this goes to economic development. Is that the funds that go into, I saw, it's all your different budgets. but
Yeah,
that-
yeah,
that all
that's the
gets
transfer
transferred?
from the enterprise fund into the economic operation fund.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other questions or discussion on this? All right, if not, do I hear a motion?
I'll offer for consideration of the sewer maintenance budget as proposed.
Second.
Motion second, if no further discussion, please vote.
All council members present voting in the affirmative, motion carries.
Okay, thank you, Chad.
Thank you.
Okay, we're gonna break here and then move to VPD so we can let these guys go and get out of here. Welcome.
Or do I sign this here? Or is this just for other
Yeah,
people?
Yeah, no,
Okay.
there you go.
So Connie Geary with Vehicle Parking District.
Give me-
For this year's budget, we have a beginning balance for 24-25 of $218,609. This is an increase from last year's beginning balance of $8,129. Property taxes for this year are $132,067, and this is an increase of $27,987 from last year. Then we've got the motor vehicle rate of $270, which is pretty much, it stays pretty much around that all the time. Then we have interest income of $4,600 for this year. Total revenue is $136,937. And total funds available, $355,546. And total increase is $36,216. Any questions on the revenue? No? All right, we'll go to expenditures. And in the expenditures, the first item that we have is snow removal every year. Yeah, that's where I'm at, yep. And that is an increase of, from last year's budget, we had $35,000. This is a $15,000 increase this year. And that, if you look at what we spent, actually in 23-24, it was $47,700. So we've budgeted an extra $2,300 above that. Less snow would make that less, but some of the costs are just going up, I think, in the snow removal. We actually are having a hard time getting snow removal bids. It's hard to get. And then we also, with de-icing, that has increased quite a bit. So then we go to utilities and maintenance. And most of those items stay the same, except the building, ground, and plant maintenance. And we did an increase there, $21,500. And some of the items that we're looking to take care of with that is the handrails that are in the downtown, they have rust on them, and they need that taken care of, and some of them need repainting. Some have been removed, we need to get those back out and installed. Then when we did it, there were problems with people stumbling when we did the sidewalks going up the stairs, they weren't seeing it. So we had a red brick pattern put on the steps, and a lot of that is chipped off. So we've had a request either to redo that or grind it off. So some money in there to clean that up. And then trees, we were asked to include some tree trimming or look at tree trimming next year, sometime not this summer, but for next summer. Then our benches also, we have several benches that the bases on them have rusted. So we're gonna have to either replace those or get them in and get those bases replaced on the benches. We also have, let me see, light poles. Several with all the hailstones that we had. When we redid the downtown, we painted a lot of the light poles on that match the downtown. They're the style like that on the pole base, not on the light on top. But to make it match with the rest of downtown, we painted those black. Well, through the years and the hailstorms and the things we've had, if you drive down the side streets, you'll see that there's a lot of white spots on them. The paint has chipped off. So that's on to clean that up. And the planters in the medians also are needing some attention. When they were planted, our trees weren't this big, and the plants that were put in there were made more for being in the sun. And now they're very shaded, so if you drive down, there's 2 blocks, the 300 block and the 400 block, that look kind of scruffy and bare because the plants that were there just aren't growing anymore. So we kind of need to rework those and put some shade plants in there. And those are the items that were added for that line item. Legislative affairs stayed the same. And then we've got basically our administration and overhead, and those items all have stayed the same as last year, no change there. And then the bottom one there, the other professional fees, does include the $18,000 that goes over to VPD for all of the events or not VPD, DNA for the events downtown. Then we've got capital outlay of $84,000. This was in last year's budget, and it wasn't spent. This was part of a commitment that the VPD made to get grant monies to do the festoon lighting in the intersections in the downtown. And so that just stays the same in there. It's my understanding that that project will be moving through maybe this fall. So, debt service stays the same. Well, actually, the interest went down a little bit, $20,710. Total expenditures are $253,829. It gives us an ending balance of $101,717, and we've always tried to not go below that, just in case, just like it was a surprise to us that the snow removal had such an increase this year. So we just don't want to have, if something would come up that's going to need repairs, or we just like to keep that balance there. Total funds accounted for, $355,546. Questions?
I don't have a question, I just have a comment, I guess, of the red brick traction that you have on the steps, and whether you grind it off or repair it, I think somehow you still need some sort of grip there, so however that's done.
Okay. Yeah, we haven't priced anything for it. It's just been something that's been brought to us to take a look at and do something, so. Anything else?
Any other questions?
I have a question on the trash collection that you had there. It was the same as the year before. I have heard that there are people that feel like maybe there isn't enough. Are you responsible for the trash receptacles that are downtown? I've just heard that maybe there aren't enough.
There aren't enough?
I don't know if you had any feedback like that.
We did have a request for one somewhere. Where was it?
Maybe up on Brosh at the new area. There's also been the request, when there's events downtown, there's not adequate trash. And I know that we've been in contact with a lot of those event organizers to add that to their plans, to be able to take on that cost so that we're not paying for that up front during those events like the car show or hometown holidays in the district.
Yeah, I think that's mostly when we hear about it, is that comes up. But there was somebody that requested one, and I can't remember where, and there is one being ordered to be added somewhere.
And I did see you were keeping your tax levy the same there to collect some additional funds there. Is there a reason why you needed to keep that the same, or?
We did reduce a little bit. If we took it the full 3.5%, it shows that here, but that's not correct. It shows it's the 35 cents. It's actually gonna be 32.5. Yeah,
Okay, I'm sorry, I just read it as 35.
yeah, I know. It says it there. Yes, I forgot to mention that. And I did call Sheila and ask her earlier about that, why it showed that, so.
Any other questions or comments? Just one quick question. I know that this is separate from this, but you guys, as VPD representatives, have been involved in the conversation about a business improvement district. Do you want to, or are able to give a brief update on where that effort is and what the council might expect to hear, if anything, before the end of the year regarding a business improvement district?
Go ahead.
We are in the process of contacting downtown business owners currently, and have petitions out for them to sign and return to the steering committee for that. And once we have a chance to touch base with all of those people that have not turned them in, then I would see that moving forward. Their deadline for those applications is July 12th. So, and then we'll follow up.
Okay, all
So I
right.
think, yeah, there'll be a lot of reaching out this week to make sure
I
that
see.
those are in.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Anything else? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Comments or discussion? Hearing none, do I hear a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion to approve as written with the vehicle parking fund.
I'll second that.
Motion second. If no further discussion, please vote.
All council members present voting in the affirmative, motion carries.
Okay, we'll move back up to item 17, the budget recommendation of the water pollution control facilities. And to hear presentation on this, Rob Huntley.
Good evening,
PC
everybody.
Manager. Thank you.
I kind of moved this a little bit quicker for us, so if you have any questions, please just stop me and we'll move forward, give you more information as we go forward. So under personnel, or item number 10, personnel costs has decreased $4,744 or 0.43%, which includes a decrease in the number of employees taking family coverage, a 2.5 cost of living adjustment, a 3% increase in health insurance costs for both the employee and the city contribution, adjustments to workmen's compensation and insurance, and merit pay raises. We have lost a few the people that have been here for a long time. So we got some new guys there, so our costs have gone down a little bit. Not so many people taking insurance as well. Kind of going under the other categories, and I'll just kind of hit these a little bit higher level of it. If you got a question, please stop me. So under the 20 account, operating supplies and material increase of 27,306 or 12.66% due to increase in uniforms, fuel, and operating supplies and materials. This also includes our hydrogen peroxide, which we use for odor control. We're hoping to see that number go down as well in the next coming year. Other operating costs, which would be item number 30, $11,500 or an increase of 9.13%. This is due to the increase in our garbage fees. We have about a 400% increase in overland waste, which is what we haul up to the landfill, the final product of that. So we've just had to adjust that for what's been going on at the plant. Maintenance costs has also increased $98,915 or 8 point goals, office equipment and communication equipment and costs adjustment there as well. Under dues and travel and training. Administration and overhead increase, item number 60, 13,206. So then we'll jump into the capital, which is.
Rob, I got a quick question.
Absolutely.
So your excess of loading onto the plant in the last year has shot up almost $32,000 in electricity?
Yes, but we do recapture some of that cost. Just the increase of the loading increases the billing, so.
Okay.
So,
Thanks.
you bet. We've actually gone up about 250,000, or 250 kilowatt hour days.
Okay.
A day, so we're just kind of averaging that out, so, we seem to think that we have that captured very well, so. Anyway, in the 82 account, I'll just kind of highlight the bigger projects that we have, because there's some of these that carry over from year to year, because we are a mechanical plant, there's always just kind of that, we try to run the equipment and get the most out of it, but we like to have that reserve there ready for it, so. Obviously, the big one, as we all know, is the grit removal building and improvements for $5,570,000. The next one would be the WPC plant expansion and design for $800,000. This is what Stephen was talking about earlier with MSG actually helping out for the plan for, or you letting us use the economic development dollars, $300,000 of that for this project as well. Under equipment, probably the one that highlighted is Overland Waste Receiving Station for $39,800. Sludge thickener building valve project for $40,000. This is again old equipment, 1970s. We've been kind of working a little at a time, and we just want to kind of button that project up. The other one, then, this is a bigger project here, is our UV disinfection system replacement. It is about 5 years past its a lot more capacity, it puts a lot brighter light, permitting that we'll have to do it year round. Right now, we just do it during the 6 months of the summer. So it looks like we will have to be doing that, so we'll need that extra capacity through the winter months as well. The other one is our PLC 5, that's our main one for our SCADA system. It's needing to be upgraded, so that's for $45,000. And then the flood wall and effluent pumping system for $2,050,000. This is the project that we're moving forward. We do have a FEMA grant on this, so we'll be seeing this one kind of moving forward. Again, asset management for $10,631, and that's kind of about what we really kind of got going on there. And then debt service would be $93,651 as we start bringing that new bonds in for the grit facility. Any questions over any of that?
Any questions or discussion?
I missed the first part of your conversation.
Sure.
You got a 13.6% increase in fees then this year, is that right? Am I looking at that right?
In fees, I guess.
Fees, user fees, charges for services. So we're looking at this year? Charge for services. On the wrong one. Oh, yeah. All right. Let's see, 13.
Yeah, I mean, it can. For the overland
yeah,
waste.
yeah.
Grit facility will have a overland waste component to that. That'll help as well. Yeah, we see that increase, but we're hoping to see once this facility gets up and going that number will go down.
Okay,
The WPC budget as proposed.
Second.
motion second. If no further discussion, please vote.
You bet. So we'll go charges for services increasing $354,956 or 13.6% due to increase in tons, $24 in a pass-through of the landfill gate fee, and the other $54.80 per ton cost covers the operation and capital outlay of the solid waste management fund. Interest income increased due to the interest in the fund balance. So in the personnel costs increase of $38,681 or 4.68%, which which includes a 2.5 cost of living adjustment and a 3% cost in health insurance costed by both the employer and the city contribution, adjustments in workers' comp, and normal merit raises. Same way on the significant changes in other, under number 20, operating supplies and materials, increase of $14,240 due to the increased cost of fuel, and is offset with a little bit decrease in minor apparatus and tools. Other operating costs, line 40 is $112,254, or an increase of 13%. This is due to the estimated tonnage, because the tonnage is up, or received to project to the more than the previous year. Utilities and maintenance increase that goes with that. Under legislation affairs, we have an increase of $609, and which is an increase of 4.65%, and this is due to the cost of travel and training. Other administration and overhead increases of $31,258. This is just due to the new insurance on the new building and office supplies and other professional fees. So under capital, we don't have a whole lot going on, but we do have some good things going on out there. So there's $30,000 to add more concrete driveways in. This is under 8,200 buildings and improvement, $5,000 for the monument sign out front, and then on the 84 account, the replacement of 2 trailers for $125,000 a piece, and a spotter truck for $140,000. And then the debt service is total debt service is $330,906.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Any discussion? If not, do I hear a motion?
Yeah, Mayor and Council, I just, one comment here on our 0% increase. One of the reasons we're able to do that, 2 reasons we're able to do that. Number one is we're just seeing load growth. We had a couple years there as a function of that project with some fairly significant increases in our fee structure. And we're very hopeful we could hold a 0% for a couple years or more. This will be our second year at 0. But part of that load growth is a decision made by the Solid Waste Coalition here last year, and certainly thanking our representative on that coalition. There were a lot of big loads that were able to bypass our transfer station and go directly to the landfill and pay that lower fee. And the coalition passed some updates to their rules and regulations that force those loads to come to us to help pay our costs. So I just want to thank our representative to the Solid Waste Coalition and the staff for their work on that.
Thank you, Steve. Any other comments or discussion on this?
I'll make a motion to approve the solid waste management. I'll second.
Motion second. If no further discussion, please vote.
All council members present voting in the affirmative, motion carries.
Okay, next, stormwater utility budget. Steve.
Special assessments here too. I hope I'm not delivering that one. Solid waste, the stormwater budget. Get my mic on. Stormwater budget here. Revenue detail. We did not change our fees on that. We receive, as a fee, we receive $2 for residential customers for their meter, and we receive $6 for commercial and industrial meters. We've had that rate, now I think this will be the third year for this rate, but we are holding that rate and not increasing that. Capital contribution of $5,000. That's a regional detention contribution. As we are working on moving away, at least in our residential neighborhoods, we really want to move away from these smaller regional detention cells within our subdivisions, residential subdivisions. We worked with a developer in the northwest area and are capturing a fee in lieu of an on-site regional or detention system. And so they're paying this out over 4 years, maximum $5,000 a year. So this is the first year of capital contribution related to that. Other interest income, $4,700 based on investment at 3% of our balance. Going over to any questions on revenue? Going over to expenses, budget forward. Let's see here we go. Personnel costs. So this is where we went in and moved our personnel costs. We're transferring about $90,000 over to the general fund, and then that $90,000 is being used to fund that position within the engineering department. We did leave all the other costs associated with that person in the stormwater fund so that as we expense any costs related to them or that position or that function that's coming out of the stormwater budget versus our engineering or budget, which is general funds. Fuel lube, that 11.6% increase just based on increase in cost or anticipated increase in cost in fuel and lube. Utilities and maintenance, we left that the same from fiscal year 24 to 25. We had a small increase in travel training. Nothing real significant there. Insurance, again, nothing significant there. Pretty much left that the same. Professional fees dropped down. This past year, we've had some professional fees related to code updates. We also have several manuals related to stormwater compliance that are being updated this year, and so those drop out for next year. I will look here at 68, see if there's anything to touch on. $45,000 there for drainage studies. There's nothing specific on that. We do have, occasionally we have something pop up that may have a drainage study related to it. And so we're just carrying that there should something show up. Some GIS for storm sewer system, a new MS4 permit. We are currently working on that, but anticipate that work will continue into the next fiscal year. The permit software that we're currently using is no longer being supported, so they're working with us to assist us in moving away from that older software package. Regional stormwater detention, 0 there. New hire physical, $650. Land, capital layout land. We'll talk here about the East Regional Wetlands Detention and the regional detention at 37th and Eisenhower. So this again is tied into that capital contribution we're getting. As we way back, just kind of going back as part of our comprehensive plan, we show growth going out to that northwest area. That's one of our residential growth zones. And so as we are continuing to develop that, we're looking to develop a regional detention site there in the area of 37th and Eisenhower. This 50,000 would be funds used towards acquisition of land in that area. Likewise, the East Regional Wetlands Detention Area are dollars that would be used for land purchases over on the east side of town for detention, as well as I think there's an opportunity there for a wetland bank on the east side of the community as well. Is currently under contract to be developed. The stormwater portion would not occur until next fiscal year, so that's just carrying forward. Infrastructure, drain tile, we have been looking at and exploring a drain tile project up in that Dover to 30th specifically. We have some areas in there that are just holding water, not draining. We're getting cattails and can mow through that area. Regional Wetlands Detention Area, again, that is some engineering fees. We're actually looking at two sites, one on the east side of Highway 30 and one on the west side of Highway 30. The one on the east side would be, concept would be something similar to like the Rosh Dam, some sort of a dam structure that generally would be dry but would retain water during a significant event. That would take some load off as that drainage basin moves its way east and up against the levee. It also moves south and then connects back into the Elkhorn River. That's where we had that. We partnered with LENRD here a couple years ago for a study in that area. So this would kind of be the next phase of that study. Storm sewer extension, 20th and Omaha, nothing funded in that area for this year. The West Norfolk Wetland Bank, that project is continuing to move forward. That is final design for the wetland bank at Omaha and 37th, be the southwest corner of that intersection. And that is pretty much it for the expenses in stormwater. Any questions?
Steve, on the administrative fees, the general fund last year was 20% of use fees. This year it's 10% of use fees, and there's a transfer of personnel costing $90,000 this year versus last year.
We're not sure last year where that 20% transfer came from. As we looked at all of the other enterprise funds that are transferring money, they tended to be in that 10%, 12% range. And so we just cut that back. This is being a small fund to begin with. And it seemed like we were transferring a little bit higher percentage. So we cut that back to 10%. I visited with Andy on that to make sure that was okay. Other questions?
All right, if no other discussion, is there a motion?
I'd make a motion to approve the stormwater utility as presented.
Second.
Motion is second. If no further discussion, please vote.
All council members present voting in the affirmative, motion carries.
Okay, next, the debt service budget. Sheila.
Yeah, so this budget keeps the property tax amount the same as the prior year at $1,011,062. The TIF tax revenue decreases $28,000. The McIntosh Phase 1 TIF bond paid off this year. This was the TIF project that the city was getting 1/3 of the TIF. So since the Phase 1 is paid off, it decreases the TIF tax revenue to the city, since these taxes will now be distributed to the other taxing entities. The only other change in revenues is an increase in interest income. A portion of the special, we issued $1,270,000 in the next couple months. To almost. Is there any questions on the?
No discussion, please vote. Okay.
We're almost $2 million on special assessments. We are budgeting $970,000 for proceeds of debt. Most of this is for miscellaneous paving, water, and sewer districts, and then there is $125,000. That's for engineering for Rolling Hills and Portia Place water and sewer. And then on the expenditures, there's $2,148,000 budgeted for infrastructure. $1,223,000 of this is for Norfolk 140 paving, and then there's $400,000 for miscellaneous paving districts. There's $525,000 budgeted in the 89 account. This is for engineering of Rolling Hills, Portia Place water and sewer, and $400,000 for any miscellaneous water and sewer districts that come up during the year. Debt service increases $326,272. The Series 2022 bond anticipation notes mature in September 2025, so we will be making a principal payment of $195,000. And the rest of the increase is interest on the bond anticipation notes issued for Norfolk 140, and then interest on the budgeted proceeds of debt. Are there any questions on the special assessment budget?
Any questions or discussion? Do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the special assessment budget.
Second.
Motion second. If no discussion, please vote.
All council members present voting in the affirmative, motion carries.
Okay, item 23, the LB 840 Economic Development Budget. Candace Alder.
Good evening. This will be quick because we are currently not collecting anything besides interest on the two outstanding loans that we have for LB 840. Those two loans, one is for Women's Empowering Lifeline, the other is Neighbor Works. They're both submitting their status reports and are both on track to meet the criteria that was laid out in their loan documents. Well was planning to create 11 new full-time equivalent positions that paid $15 per hour by June 1st, 2025. And the stipulations around the Neighbor Works project, which is your Phillip Avenue project, is 30 workforce housing units, and they're on track to create those. They have until June 30th, 2026. But
Created at the time LV 840 was passed, 400,000 is still
Yes, I
included in
believe
our
we left
current
that
levy.
400,000 in place.
Right. I think we need to make that, I don't know if I was aware of that till just about 3 months ago. I was kind of going through things and
Remember
noticed
what we did
that
with
there
that
was no mill levy
specifically?
reduction.
I can't remember what we did with that specifically.
Yeah, it'd be nice to know what's happening with that 400,000 that's being collected over the last, well, since 10 or 20, I mean. So you got 4 years of collections, which is about 1.6 million. What we've been, I think we gotta maybe
I
discuss
guess
that a
just
little
going
bit.
into the general fund, but
Yeah. Is it designated to anything?
I can't remember. I know this, Andy or Candace, remember, I'm drawing a blank. We can probably go back and look.
I think we can, maybe tomorrow, if we can take some time to put our heads together. I want to say that when we were going through that, we knew that there were some things coming down the pipeline, but I don't remember what those were. I want to say maybe it was somewhere in the public safety tax anticipation or flood control or something like that, that we knew we were going to have a levy increase, and this would have helped
Yeah, and I just
delay that, but I don't know specifically, so we might have to sit down and go back
we
and
can
talk
look
about that.
back and see. Can't remember.
Any other questions? Or further discussion? If not, do I hear a motion?
I'll make a motion for the LB 840 budget as proposed.
Motion and second. If no further discussion, please vote.
All council members present voting in the affirmative, motion carries.
Item 24, the Economic Development Operating Budget. Candace.
So as we move through this, I'm going to give a quick history lesson on what happened last year, which is why this budget looks so dramatic in the way of cuts. So last year, we had an estimated fund balance of just over $300,000. And when we were visiting with the county, they expressed interest in seeing that fund balance decrease and be brought down. And so we entered into a new interlocal agreement where for the last funding year, each entity would contribute $150,000. Now I believe we were at 185. Yep, 185 in 22-23. And so they said, let's bring that down. Let's see a decrease in the revenues and then use your fund balance to kind of bring down that excess that we're seeing there. And so we moved through that budget, and now we're expected, I still don't think I will get through my entire budget, so we're anticipating $134,000 fund balance at the end of the fiscal year. Now that interlocal agreement also spells out that anything over $100,000 would then reduce the next fiscal year's contribution by half. So that $34,000 halved for each entity is what your contribution is going to be reduced by. Our contribution comes from the water and the sewer funds. So that's why earlier when the guys were presenting, they had a reduced amount that they were indicating would be contributing. Water fund 91,000, sewer fund 91,000, and then the county's expected to, instead of 200,000, see a $183,000 contribution. So I think from year to year it'll be different on what your contribution levels will be. It just depends on what that overage that we have over above and beyond $100,000. And that's the cap that they kind of wanted to see us stay at as it relates to fund balance that we're carrying over from year to year. Our fund balance increased for a number of reasons. COVID prohibited a lot of travel for a while. Andy was not pulling salary from the Economic Development Fund for a number of years. Maybe not being fully staffed for the entire time. So we did see that fund balance increase, and if we didn't have time to execute on an initiative, we didn't spend the money. So it carried over from year to year. As far as expenditures, any questions on the revenues for economic development? Did that kind of explain where we're at? For expenditures, we're going to see an increase in personnel costs this year. We did hire an intern, so I decreased funding from our marketing and advertising budget, and we brought on an intern. And what I'm hoping to do this fiscal year is streamline some of our processes that will allow us to continue housing a lot of that marketing and advertising in-house. The rest of the expenditures we pulled down. If we jump down to legislative affairs, you see a decrease in public relations. It was a little bit higher this past year because we did host that economic development conference. Travel and training I'm decreasing. Melissa Figueroa, one of our team members, graduated from the Economic Development Institute, where she received specialized training for economic development. She's completed that coursework, so we can pull some of that funding out needed for travel and training. Administration and overhead decreased significantly. I'm going to skip down to my more detailed breakout so I can look at that.
On a majority of that, so that Norfolk Now partnership, and Sheila or Randy, whoever's running it, I'm on page 216. Norfolk Now partnership, I brought that down to 0. That, again, is something that I'm trying to streamline by bringing on that intern this year. Put together a plan for how we can do some of that more in-house rather than pay outside. And then I'm really capturing a lot of my marketing and advertising just under a $20,000 cap, and I'll work to dedicate that to what we feel is the best use. Invest Nebraska, the co-working space, we are nearing the end of our agreement with them to help get that off the ground. They're doing a good job. They have some great programs in place, but that's why that's coming down significantly. Decreasing planning activities to 8,000, eliminating our chamber partnership, and then we have no capital outlay for machinery or equipment. So I would take any questions from you.
Candace, how much do you pay an intern? How much is that salary?
It is $17 an hour. We
Just
work,
looked like salaries went up quite a bit. Almost 40,000.
so salaries from, you have, the intern increased at about 17,000. And then we have merit pay increases.
Right.
When Melissa graduated from the Economic Development Institute, we did bump her up in grades, which I felt was very fitting to what she contributes. But the rest of it shouldn't be anything different than what other departments saw as it relates to cost of living adjustments, health insurance cost. And
I still 3 employees last year and 3 employees this year.
That's kind of where my question was too, to start off with, was we had what I believe was a full-time person that was let go, but now we're gonna have a intern, but the costs have increased when you let go a full-time person, I believe, was a full-time person, and now we have an intern coming in. You'd think that cost would go down.
so the intern isn't reflected on this personnel roster.
What's that again?
The intern is not reflected on this personnel roster.
I think there was a replacement of a position, so it's not like that position went away. It's budgeted
We still
for.
have 3
There's
full-time
3.
positions. Brooke Anderson came on to fill the Economic Development Coordinator position that was vacated. And then we have an intern above and beyond on top of that.
All right.
So that 18,000 that we're paying for the intern will go away next year. For the next budget year, I don't have any intention of
That explains
continuing
it, because
that.
I was looking at that same numbers, and I'm thinking a full-time left, an intern came in and ended up the same numbers and a higher cost, so. I do have a question on the chamber, the $10,000 down to 0. Was there a reason for, I don't necessarily understand the partnership or how that worked, but what was the reasoning behind that?
Behind the partnership?
What's that?
Behind the partnership? or
Yeah, the
cut?
chamber partnership where it was 10,000 before and it's 0 now.
Well,
Explain maybe.
I had to make drastic cuts of some of the things that we were able to do to get off the ground when we had a fund balance of 300,000 to today. And the chamber partnership, I visited with Austin Haygood. I said that I'm not going to be able to do that anymore, and he said we'll figure it out over here. But really, that was put into place to help fund the Hispanic outreach coordinator, and she's kind of worked alongside our team to serve as a liaison between some of the things that we've been trying to put out there and the non-English community, anybody who speaks Spanish. So she's served in that capacity, and so I just told him I happened to make cuts this year, and that's going to be one that we can't move forward with. I know.
Same Norfolk Now partnership. Candace, that was, talk about what went into that and how you plan to compensate for that with the in-house work.
Well, the Norfolk Now partnership, a lot of that has to do with social media. And what I hope to do is to just really implement a true marketing strategy as it relates to, I think police said they use Hootsuite. I want to put into place something like that as we move forward and really work on outlining what we're doing for the week and month ahead of time, so it's not being bounced around. The Visit Norfolk team really has done a great job of carrying that, and we're still gonna work alongside them on it. This was just one way that I thought maybe we could put some efficiencies into place by creating a full-out strategy that both teams could follow as we move forward. So it's not all on one division, or not one division, one organization.
Did some of that money help publish the Norfolk Now periodical or not?
No, Norfolk Now is published using advertising funds.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions or comments or discussion? Okay. If none, do I hear a motion?
I would make the motion to approve the Economic Development Operating Fund as presented.
Second.
Motion and second. If no discussion, please vote.
All council members present voting in the affirmative, motion carries.
All right. That concludes this budget review session of the Norfolk City Council. We are adjourned.